So, good evening, everyone. Selamat malam, Ibu dan Bapak semua. For us here is evening, but I understand the panelists or the speaker, I can have to say good morning or good afternoon for you all. So it's really a great evening that now in conjunction of 727 years of Majapahit Kingdom, we all be together here and we'll continue the webinar, the international webinar, the Vibration of Majapahit, the evening session that we will have a very prominent speakers and also discussion to be among us together. But first of all, before we start the discussions, there is an opening remarks by Mr. Hashim Djojohadikusumo as a chairman of ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation, as a part of the committee which held this international webinar together with University of Udayana and the group of PATI or Integrated Archaeologicals in Indonesia that comprised of 6 universities: University of Indonesia, University of Gajah Mada, University of Udayana, University of Hasanuddin, and University of Jambi, and as well University of Haluoleo. For the ones who want to also understand this webinar in Bahasa Indonesia, you also can click the button in the right side. Untuk Ibu dan Bapak yang ingin mendengarkan langsung terjemahan secara simultan dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan klik ada sebuah bulatan di sebelah kanan bawah dengan tertulis interpretation dan pilih bahasa Indonesia. Di sana akan langsung diterjemahkan segala komunikasi di dalam webinar ini menjadi bahasa Indonesia. Baik, saya persilahkan untuk kita mendengarkan opening remarks dari Bapak Hashim. So we come to the opening remarks by Chairman Mr. Hashim Djojohadikusumo.
Good day, everyone. Greetings from Europe. I'm here in Europe on an urgent business meeting, a business trip. Unfortunately, I can't join you physically at the webinar that all of us are having today. A special welcome to old friends, Professor John Miksic, Professor Peter Carey, Professor Laura Cipriani, and of course, Professor Donovan Rypkema, who I had the pleasure of meeting with a few years ago. We are very much privileged to have this webinar to discuss Majapahit. I've been reminded that my involvement with Majapahit with regards to academic research actually dates back to 2008 when my family foundation, the ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation, sponsored the first PATI, the Penelitian Archaeology Terpadu Indonesia, the first one, PATI pertama, and I think we've had now 4 PATI expeditions, and we'll be discussing the findings of the latest expedition, I think, during this seminar. And for me, Majapahit holds a special allure, special meaning. According to my family tradition, actually my family dates back to Singosari and to Majapahit. And actually, my grandmother was born in Mojokerto. Her family comes from Mojokerto, and we actually have a family cemetery in Mojokerto, close to Trowulan. And family tradition has it that we are actually part of the Majapahit tradition. So I think it's very important for us to continue. I'd like to say today that my foundation would like to support further party expeditions. In the future, we hope that more universities come together to be part of this endeavor. I can only hope that in the future, the government of Indonesia can be persuaded to sponsor more excavation work. You know, I remember visiting Pompeii. The first time was 16 years ago. And at that time, I was struck by the fact, well, I was told that at that time, this was 2004, that only 1/3 of Pompeii's total area had been excavated until that time. And this, I think, dates back to the first excavation, which was, I think, in the 1730s or 1740s, some 270 years ago. So my hope is that we will, this party and excavations such like, will continue and will be never ending and will be ongoing until we have more and more findings to report to the public and to the academic world. I would also like to add that our foundation, the ARSARI Foundation, has been sponsoring various permanent exhibitions in various locales, 2 in universities, one in Hasanuddin University in Makassar, the other one Gajah Mada University in Jogja, and the third one being in Trowulan itself. And we hope to have more, or to, let's say, create more of these Mandala Majapahits in the future. So I wish you all a very useful and stimulating webinar. And I hope to be able to be part of further webinars and perhaps, I think, more convenient physical seminars in the future. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Bapak Hashim. He's our patron and then also the chairman of the ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation, as well as he's also the chairman of the board of trustees of the Indonesian Heritage Trust. As we all understand that the ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation is the big supporter of the research and excavations in Trowulan, as a former royal capital city of Majapahit Kingdom. That is, now we celebrate the 727 years, the anniversary of the Majapahit Kingdom. And in fact, tomorrow, 12th of November, on 1293, is the coronation time of Raden Wijaya, became the first king of Majapahit. So now we are entering the webinar. We welcome for all the participants. There are now 88 people attending, and hopefully more and more coming for joining us in this webinar. And as mentioned by Mr. Hashim, is also talking about Mandala Majapahit. This is one of actual support for the peoples in the beginning is for the people in the local area in Trowulan, but we also having Mandala Majapahit in University of Gajah Mada, as well in University of Hasanuddin. So this is like a mini museum or the community-based museum, if this is the one in Trowulan, in the village meeting hall. In one of the village in Trowulan, we set up the Mandala Majapahit also. So the tree of Mandala Majapahit is operating as a small library and also having the material research, the findings, the archaeological findings led by the Office of the Conservation Unit in East Java in Trowulan. So this is part of the advertorial, we call it Mandala Majapahit Niaga. So maybe we can see the next slide is all the merchandisings sold by the Mandala Majapahit. There are a t-shirt, there are also a goodie bag, and also the pins, all related with the heritage of Majapahit Kingdom. So this is also the ones you can try to find out if you want to have it, to buy it, to help the operation of this Mandala Majapahit through the social media. Okay, and this is also, I have to read about the rules we held this webinar. So for the question and answer, we hope the participants can write down the question in the facility, in the monitor, in the bottom of the monitor, to write down the question and to following also to whom that the question is addressing. And then if you want to listen the webinar in other language, in Bahasa or English, just choose the one button in the button. Yeah, I think that's all for the webinar rules. So we also introduce all the prominent speakers that we honor for having all of you. We have Professor Dr. John Miksic from National University of Singapore. And we also having Professor Marieke Bloembergen, together with Professor Martijn Eickhoff, is from Netherlands. Marieke is from KITLV and also Leiden University. And Martijn is from NIOD and University of Groningen. And we have also Professor Donovan Rypkema, the president of Heritage Strategies International, and also coming from the University of Pennsylvania, USA. And we have Professor Peter Carey, the discussion of this evening webinar. So the title of the webinar for this evening is the design strategies to sustain the past to the future. And we will start, I think we have a video for overview of the Throwlands before we enter to the speaker. So I let the committee to prepare the video that we will see, and it also a part of how we try to make it, we close to the offline that we usually have if we have an activities of event. But now we can see through the video to have a feeling, to have the atmosphere of the Throwland Majapahit. So please, the committee to prepare the video. Before we will start with this first speaker, will present is Donovan Rypkema. And then secondly, we go a bit closer to Netherlands, and then we will come to the closest one from Singapore, Professor John Miksic. And then after that, we will have Professor Peter Carey as a discussion. Okay. Thank you. Now we welcome to Donovan Rypkema, and I will read about the biodata of Donovan. So he is a president of Heritage Strategies International in USA, working at the nexus of heritage conservation and economic development. And Donovan Rypkema has undertaken assignments in more than 50 countries. I think it's also include Indonesia. And so the client of the Heritage Strategies Internationals have included the World Banks, and so also the European Development Banks, the Inter-American Development Banks, the Council of Europe, and also as well the UNDP. And Donovan is a member also of any boards, I understand here, related with the economic conservation. So the one is a part of member of the board in ICOMOS, and also the one as the board also from UN, also in the section of the economic conservation, as well as also the ones, he's also the board member of the Global Heritage Fund. So Donovan also holds a master's degree in historic preservation from Columbia University. He teaches a graduate course in preservation economics at the University of Pennsylvania, where he received the award. The name is the Perkin Award for Distinguished Teaching. In the year of 2012, he also received the Crown Shield Award from the National Trust. So I think he has a collection of the award winner then, and the highest preservation honor, and also awarded from the lifetime contribution to the historic preservation in the United States. So we welcome Mr. Donovan Rypkema. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. And I love coming to Indonesia, and I'm as pleasureful as this is. I certainly wish it were on the ground a visit instead, but I'll look forward to the next time when I can visit again in person, because I've always enjoyed my trips to Indonesia. So I'm going to talk about the economic potential of heritage, and as important as heritage-based tourism is around the world and in many places in Indonesia, and I don't want to diminish the importance of heritage tourism. I think my presentation is about trying to point out the multiple ways that, in fact, the built heritage and intangible heritage can be part of an economic benefit in addition to heritage-based tourism. So what I'm going to try to do is talk about, in 20 minutes, talk about 40 economic roles for heritage that you might consider. But to start out is to think about the ways that heritage contributes to the economy. And there's really four ways. It can do it directly, things like jobs, reconstruction activity. It can contribute indirectly, the preparation of materials and things that go into creating the jobs. It can contribute functionally, and it contributes by the context that heritage provides. And I'll give examples of each of those. But to really recognize the full economic benefit of heritage, and government, it's correct, government needs to do that. Two things are really necessary. One is we need to think beyond just the monument. As important as individual monuments are, it's often the context and the more vernacular that provides a major economic impact. And second, and a commitment to adaptive reuse. And again, there are great examples in Jakarta and elsewhere of the adaptive reuse of heritage buildings, but that's really necessary if we're going to capture the economic opportunity that exists. So I just want to go through some examples of how heritage can contribute in conservation work, in savings, public sector savings, because of the use of heritage neighborhoods, heritage districts, community competitiveness and center city revitalization, education, housing as a business venue, and in an area that I was privileged to participate in a conference in Jakarta about some years ago about the use of public-private partnerships for heritage buildings. So start out with the work itself, the work on heritage buildings, and whether it's in Europe or in North America or in Asia, in fact, heritage rehabilitation, the work on restoring heritage buildings is much more labor intensive than is new construction. And what that means is for the same amount of money spent, in fact, there's far more jobs created. And in a country like Indonesia, with a large young population and young men and women in need of jobs, these are good jobs, and rehabilitation creates those. Some of those jobs are in conservation craftsmanship, kind of fine art area of historic restoration. And much of it is in the decorative arts that many heritage buildings, and throughout ones that I've seen in Indonesia, this is a major component of those heritage buildings. And then there's the suppliers, the human beings that make the materials, the insets, the cornices, the components that are incorporated into heritage buildings when they're first built, and then again when they are restored years, decades, centuries later. Then there's this issue about infrastructure savings. And it's often an ignored one, but the provision of water lines and sewer lines and streets and sidewalks is a government expenditure every place in the world. But when we grow by simply growing, sprawling out of the city, that is more and more public expenditures that's necessary. When infrastructure is reprovided into areas that are already concentrated as urban areas, that in fact is a significant savings of government expenditures that have to be made in the infrastructure world. Then, excuse me, the issue of landfill savings across the world. Between a quarter and a third of everything that goes into the landfill is construction debris, and 90% of that is from demolition. Well, solid waste landfills are increasingly expensive, both in money and environmental quality, and to the extent we can reduce landfill, we can save both money and the environment. And that means, though, that we need to be saving those heritage buildings. Then the importance of the core of the city. Again, it's true, and I've been in Medan and in Jakarta, where the center of the city really has a symbolic importance. This statue actually is one of the most moving I've seen, and it's in Rotterdam, where at the end of World War II, the day after, in fact, the war was declared over, Germans still bombed Rotterdam and basically destroyed the center of the city. And what this statue represents is this big hole in the culture of the city as a result of their loss of that. Well, nearly every center city revitalization program around the world has used its heritage assets as a cornerstone of restoring that city to its rightful center, to its rightful place. So this whole issue of center city revitalization and how to, in fact, use those heritage buildings as part of that revitalization effort. And then the issue about civic identity and competitiveness, that in market economies like most of Europe, like North America, like most of Asia, certainly like Indonesia, in fact, the economic premium comes from differentiation, how things are different, not the same. And the last thing that a city should try to do is say, oh, we want to be just like somewhere else. A competitive city is to say, how do we differentiate ourselves from other places? And those heritage buildings are part of that creation of that civic identity and the competitiveness for that city. And it takes place in all over the world. And here's an example of some kind of random photographs, but we can almost know the city simply by those monuments of differentiation, whether it's the Kremlin in Moscow or the Parthenon in Greece. Those are the things that differentiate that city from anywhere else in the world. And then these heritage buildings have a wide use, and that's why this issue of adaptive reuse is so important. Here in the center city of Moscow, 4 or 5 blocks from the Kremlin, is this wonderful adaptive reuse of a facility that's used as an exhibition hall and a trade show. So thousands of people visiting both from Russia and elsewhere every year to use this historic building for that purpose. And then we think about the importance of the arts in every culture and how frequently there is this connection between the arts themselves and the historic facilities that house those great art collections. And then in the performing arts as well. Here is a group of I don't know, 8 or 9-year-old children in Vienna, taking their school outing to go to the opera in Vienna, which is just a wonderful concept. But here it is, it's not just the opera, it's an opera in an historic building in the center of Vienna. Arts districts, there is this natural connection between the arts of all kinds, performing arts, visual arts, three-dimensional arts, and historic context, like this arts district in Quito, Ecuador. And then street performers. I mean, I've seen wonderful street performances in Jakarta, and they aren't out by some shopping center at the edge of town. They are in the center, and there's, again, this context role of heritage buildings. Attraction for the creative class. This photograph happens to be from New Orleans, one of the great historic cities in the United States. But we've done lots of studies in cities all over the US, and there is a disproportionate preference for those involved in the creative fields, in fact, to locate in historic neighborhoods and historic buildings within cities. Attraction for the young. Again, this, of course, as you all know, is in Jakarta, and look at the young people. The square is filled on a Sunday with young people, and right across from where we see these people are street performers, kind of both of these roles. And then this is one that's been really kind of meaningful to me as I've worked in, as Katrina said, in
Apakah freezing ya?
Have I lost the?
Yes.
Am I back?
Yes.
I'm back. Okay. Thank you. So I hope we didn't miss much, but here is this role of the kind of heritage neighborhoods as a gathering place for families, like this place in Barcelona in Spain. And then the context for street life. Again, this is
Donovan,
Paris.
sorry for interrupting.
Yes. Yes.
Please share again to your screen. It's
okay.
also lost. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm trying to find the right place. That's the one risk of this kind of communication, is that sometimes things get lost.
Yes, right.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the right I'm having trouble.
Yeah, or maybe the committee, please prepare the backup.
I seem to have lost my screen share.
Okay, the committee is
Wait a
preparing.
minute. Okay, I found it again.
Okay, you want to share?
Do we have it again?
Yes, we have your screen.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. That's the one
okay.
downside of remote. Okay, good. Thank you. So sometimes this heritage context is simply used to watch the world go by, like here in Athens. Sometimes and this is in Lille, France, where heritage cities are not about denying new construction. Often they're the great counterpoint to new architecture. Around the world, historic heritage-based strategies have been used for small town revitalization. Education, think the buildings themselves are often a story being told that's part of a young child's education. So here in Cuenca, Spain, our young elementary school students learning through that city, and the same day used as a venue for high school students in Spain to learn those lessons at a more advanced fashion. Or, of course, around the world, education venues that are located and they're surrounded, that are made up of heritage buildings. And think about what that means. When a student's there, it's not just I'm the student, it's that my education is part of a long tradition that this university represents. Heritage buildings as housing, of course, for the wealthy, like here in Paris, but also for the professional class, like here in Lisbon, or for the middle class, like here in Belgium, or for the working class. That heritage buildings, in fact, if we move past the monument, are a good provider of housing for all classes of workers. We've done some recent studies in now more than 30 cities in the United States. And when there was the giant real estate crash that affected the whole world, in fact, the foreclosure rate, people losing their properties because they couldn't afford to make the payments, in fact, was half as much in local historic districts than it was in the city as a whole. Heritage buildings often provide the venue for local markets, like here in Slovakia. And again, an example that's true all over Indonesia, that heritage buildings, once we quit thinking about the monument and think about our more of our heritage, providing the location for these small neighborhood serving businesses. For special product businesses, this again is in Barcelona, or for food and wine businesses like in Lisbon, for local crafts production. And here is in Syria, is in Indonesia, is in Vietnam, is in Bahrain, each of which working on materials, but within the context of an historic building. Some places in much of the world, in much of Indonesia, there's the informal economy, but that doesn't take place out at some shopping mall in the suburbs. That takes place in the core of the city, surrounded by historic buildings. And you move from the sidewalk salesperson trying to struggle to make a living to the luxury goods markets, like here in Naples. Again, historic buildings provided the context for those activities. Heritage can also be, we make a mistake if we try to think about heritage buildings as museum cities, as if they're frozen in place, as they're caught in amber, where in fact, historic cities all over the world, in fact, figure out ways to maintain their heritage character and at the same time be in the context for the 21st century. This is Lille, France, and one of the an industrial city that reinvented itself. So it has become a central train hub for all of Western Europe, just 3 blocks from the medieval city of Lille. And so it's this combination of the 21st century and a great historic city. And then again, a wonderful conference a few years ago in Jakarta on the use of public-private partnerships for heritage buildings. Here's one of my favorite examples, is in Romania. building that was a military facility and that was converted into a luxury hotel, using a public-private partnership as a vehicle for the restoration of heritage buildings. And there's many, many more of these that can be examples. Again, I haven't talked in this presentation about specific numbers. I wanted to give more of the concepts, but again, the US arm of our firm that's called Place Economics, most of what we do is studies of the economic impact of heritage conservation. And we have great clients, almost all of whom let us post the studies after they're done. And so if you're interested to see kind of the quantitative side of this heritage contribution, please go to our website. There's a tab called Resources, and all of these, there must be 40 or 50 studies on there that you can see. So thank you very much for having me here. I look forward to staying, hearing the rest of the great panel of speakers that have been arranged and your questions later. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. We can give you a big applause. I mean, we learn a lot from you. That usually we talk about heritage, and heritage is always related with the cost center. We have to find lots of money for conserve our heritage. But learning from what you already present, it's open our eyes, open our mind that there is some things that we can have from the heritage conservation. And it can also go to the community welfare, I mean, in widely. So thank you, Donovan Rypkema. Yeah. So now we continue for the next speaker. We will welcome Marieke Bloembergen. And she's together with Martijn Eickhoff here, but Marieke will present. So allow me to introduce you. This Marieke Bloembergen is a senior researcher at the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, or Indonesia. We also having a similar pronunciation that we call it KITLV. Yeah. And she is also professor in archival and post-colonial studies at Leiden University. She has just published on the politics and mobility of knowledge in colonial and post-colonial Indonesia through the lens of policing and violence, the material culture, and heritage practices with inter-Asian and transnational context. So she is together with Martijn Eickhoff are the authors of the recently published monograph, The Politics of Heritage in Indonesia, a Cultural History, and is published by Cambridge University Press in this year, 2020. And allow me also to introduce Martijn Eickhoff, is a senior researcher at NIOD, Institute for War, Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and professor in Archaeology and Heritage of War and Mass Violence at the University of Groningen. He has published on the relation between archaeology, politics, heritage formation, and mass violence in Asia and Europe during the 19th and 20th century. So, Marieke Bloembergen, the time is yours, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
And see me also? Selamat malam yang hadiri, and good afternoon for those attending in Europe. We would first like to thank...
Professor Marieke, may you turn on the video first?
Oh, sorry.
You can see your face.
Okay, okay.
Please.
Yes.
Ask to give.
You can see me?
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah, we first would like to thank the Yayasan ARSARI and Udayana University, and in particular also Ibu Catrini, for inviting us. The lecture I present, we prepared and wrote it together, so it's really from both of us, and it's both based on the book Ibu Catrini just mentioned. But we are in this talk, as you can see from the title, also very much inspired by the theme of the seminar. So sites like the space that once hosted the Majapahit Kingdom and that contain material remains of the past and that have been transformed into heritage are, we argue, political. We cannot always see that, for example, I can't get to, oh yeah. Like, for example, this picture of the Bayang Ratu, one of the temple gates on the Majapahit site. Heritage, moreover, in itself is nothing. As has been amply discussed in the field of critical heritage studies, heritage is not, but it becomes, it transforms in meanings given, and it only does so when people or institutions or governments decide to keep it. And this thus implies a choice. What are we going to keep and what not? For whom not? And how and why so? And that's the reason why heritage formation is essentially political. The question how to recognize the politics of sites across colonial and post-colonial times, that was in Indonesia, and how to deal with it, also by yourselves as historians trained in Dutch academia, still deserves scrutiny. We will discuss this today through the case of the political biography and makings of the Majapahit site in the 19th and 20th century. Thereby, we also link up with the conference theme, Vibrations. But before we do, we ask you to look again at this picture. Because as you see, we may not recognize the politics immediately, but something of the intentions to keep that help transforming a ruin into heritage are visible. If you look very well, you can see that, you can see immediately that the temple gate is cleaned from most of the plants that rooted in it over time, but not all. And we can even see a sign of what we call a restorative intervention. It is a wooden gate constructed within the gates to prevent it from collapsing. Now, who did all of this? Why? And for whom? Then there is a man sitting at the foot of the gate. It seems as if he looks at the photographer. We don't know who he is. We don't know why he is there. And what does this site do or mean to him? From the scene, we might deduce the photographer's longing to capture this ambiguous romantic sense of decay and restoration. But also there, we actually don't know what the site made him feel. And this brings us to the theme of this webinar, vibration. So how can a site vibrate? Can it? Indeed, there seems to be something with ancient archaeological sites worldwide, like also Pompeii, it was mentioned, that they can move people and mobilize certain feelings. There is, moreover, a discussion about the actual agency of sites and objects. They, to quote the German art historian Belting, make us generate images of our own, or dreams, imaginings, personal perceptions, that we may play out against other images in the visible world. And thus, they can cause the sensation within us that they have radiance, that they vibrate. This may even be a universal experience. However, naming or emphasizing this radiance can be an act of appropriation. Here again, the questions matter. Radiance for whom? Meaningful in what framework? In short, the act of emphasizing the vibration of a site can conceal the politics of heritage formation. For that reason, in Germany, some archaeologists nowadays speak of post-humanist archaeology, in order to get beyond a classical archaeology in which the Nachwirkung or later influence of classical humanism is stressed exclusively. It is an approach that opens space for the question to what extent individuals can attach meanings to classical sites in their own way. Like, for example, the classical sites in Africa as the cradle of African civilizations. When we look at Majapahit, we see that over time, many people have connected to this site, projected future and past images on it, or felt spiritual power coming from it in various different ways. Sometimes one and the same person even told contradicting stories about one and the same site. One famous example for that is Sukarno, who during his defense speech in Bandung in 1930, when he was on trial for anti-colonial activities, depicted the Majapahit site not only as a proof of a pre-colonial Indonesian golden age, but also as a site of imperialism. And I quote him, "The imperialism of Majapahit, which dominated almost the whole archipelago plus Malaya, was not different from any other form of imperialism." But then, in 1949, reacting to the Philippines president Quirino to form an anti-communist bloc in Asia, he depicted it as a site reflecting a greater Indonesia, legitimizing Indonesia's role in the non-alignment movements. And I quote him, "In the future, Indonesia will form its own bloc, namely the Central Asia bloc, consisting of Indonesia, the Philippines, Malacca, Siam, Vietnam, and Burma. This bloc could be called the Gajah Mada bloc, because Gajah Mada once formed it in 1350. This Gajah Mada bloc will consist of a population of 120 million people, 3/4 of which are Indonesians. It is not too big and geopolitically liable. In this way, the Indonesian people can become a locomotive in the world system." Another example. Of course, Sukarno's second quote was in the time of early independent Indonesia's nation-building politics, a time in which other Indonesians disputed the usefulness of the idea of Majapahit's greatness as an inspiration for Indonesia's future. The writer Bujung Saleh, for example, worried in 1956 about the mythic proportions it took and the Java-centered power it implied. How would, he reasoned, people in what was then called West Irian or Timor feel when the ideal of Majapahit would be implemented as the unifying force? And I quote, "The illusionary image of the greatness of Majapahit cannot provide the unifying force for our people. On the contrary, this image would even harm the national unity, because in the perception of the people living in other regions, so far away from Java, it would mortify or dwarf the greatness of their own region. It runs the risk of an unhealthy Indonesian chauvinism or that of an even more unhealthy sense of regional superiority." Intriguingly, Sukarno and some other Indonesian nationalists in the 1920s and 30s, like the older Djojohadikusumo or the Sumatran Muhammad Yamin, didn't need the site itself to find inspiration to feel its radiance and recall its greatness. Nor did Bujung Saleh need the site to emphasize the opposite. To these intellectuals, it seems the site of Majapahit itself didn't matter. They followed or disputed one of the great narratives it left behind and its 20th century interpretations, the 14th century manuscript Nagara Kertagama. In the next part of our talk, we will, however, not so much focus on manuscripts, but on the site and discuss 3 episodes in the makings of the Majapahit site in the 19th and early 20th century. We do so not by trying to reveal one truthful meaning of this site. Instead, we look at the stories people told about it, what they did when they were there, and we trace how, as a result, building on a huge corpus of interacting and coexisting narratives and activities, heritage formation took place. For all these elements come in particular together in encounters at the site. These encounters enable us to explore the various activities by various authors, forms and moments of exchange, and thus also the various views, stories, and engagements that together with such activities make the site. This discussion also shows, again, how the site thus vibrated in different ways for different people and made them do and feel certain things. Through the 3 case studies that we chose, we can illustrate a process in which images of the site, so the concept of the German historian Belting, are being built on earlier images, and how these images relate to site interventions that build on earlier interventions. Such interventions, like again, the bringing in of a wooden support for a temple gate, or the making of a map, the marking and namings of spots at the site to guide visitors, and the translation, interpretation, and popularization of site-related sources, altogether helped codifying the site and transforming it into the Indonesian heritage site that it is now. Intriguingly, for a long time, we see, however, various stories and different engagements with the site that could live together without any conflict. The question that leads our discussion is when and why certain stories and images come to dominate over others. So let us go to the Majapahit site in the early 19th century, when officials of the British Interregnum under Lieutenant General Raffles learned about its material remains. The fact that we start then doesn't imply that the site wasn't meaningful earlier. As Wycliffe and Peter Carey have discussed, to local inhabitants, this area was full of historical significance. Certain material remains that today are key to the Majapahit site mattered then too. The Islamic graves were guarded by priests and attracted pilgrims for kramat. Other spots, like the ruined gate still known as Waringin Lawan, got offerings or generated fear because of a belief in their supernatural potency. Moreover, it seems that excavations at the site did not start with European interventions. One of the British officials serving Raffles, visiting the site in 1813, noticed how local inhabitants dug up statues and maintained reverence for what he defined as relics. In short, the Majapahit site and its scattered material remains meant something in local memory when, in 1815, the Java-born and Javanese-speaking Eurasian Wardenaar was sent to Eastern Java to draw and map the site of Majapahit and its antiquities. As you can see, this map, published and elaborated upon in 1887, already codifies the main marking points of the Majapahit site that today still are used in guidebooks. About 13 years later, obviously this picture is of more recent times, but in 1847, the regent of Mojokerto, Tumenggung Chondronegoro, in short Chondronegoro, with his son, led a Dutch visitor, the traveling vicar and antiquarianist Van Heuvel, around the site. They followed the same marking points as the ones codified in the map of Wardenaar. Van Heuvel had read Wardenaar and brought along some of his drawings. Talking about vibrations, the site inspired them differently, but the inspirations were both self-legitimizing. Chondronegoro took Van Heuvel to a number of key attractions, amongst which the ruined gateway, filled with earth, vegetation and stones, known by the local population as Candi Pasar. Van Heuvel learned that, because it was almost strangled by the roots of majestic waringin trees, it was also referred to as Waringin Lawang. The name it still carries today. Chondronegoro explained to Van Heuvel that it used to carry the title Gapuro Gapi, or the Royal Gate, and probably served as one of the most exterior gates of the kraton of one of Majapahit's royal figures. Later on, Van Heuvel observed that Chondronegoro proudly had incorporated this Gapura Gapi in his coat of arms. Then Van Heuvel. To steer Van Heuvel's imagination about the enormous reach of the former empire, Chondronegoro had told him that the road from Mojokerto to Surabaya was, at his order, paved with brick stones originating from the Majapahit ruins. On the site, watching the site and its different ruined parts, Van Heuvel became overwhelmed by a sense of loss of a once great empire, which inspired him, as a critical liberal, to criticize his fatherland's illiberal politics at home and to stress Dutch moral obligation to turn to ethical politics in its colony. At the same time, he followed the European trope to explain the fall of the Majapahit Empire by, and I quote, despotic decadence and subsequent Islamic rule spoiling local taste and art. Both men thus displayed heritage awareness, steered by a sense of loss, and triggered by the ruined outlook of the sites and perhaps the interventions of colonial economic and structural development. None of the two men seemed to develop an urge of site salvation. However, where Van Heuvel used the site to criticize both supposed Eastern despotism and Dutch colonial usurpation, Chondronegoro seems to understand the site as a source of self-confirmation, strength, and aggrandizing status. 70 years later, in 1923, the regent of Mojokerto in office then, Kromojoyo Adinegoro IV, in short Adinegoro, received another Java-born Dutchman, Maclean Pont, who also spoke the local language. They talked about mapping the location and contours of the palace of the Majapahit Kingdom, the heart of what then, in the imagination of these two men, had become a much larger kingdom than the previous regent and Van Heuvel could have imagined. This was partly due to an earlier, violent episode in the makings of Majapahit, the seizure, during the Lombok War of 1894, of the 14th century manuscript Nagara Kertagama, and its transcription and subsequent translation in Dutch. Written by court poet Mpu Prapancha in honor of King Rajasanagar or Hayam Wuruk. At the time, so around 1900, it provided the first and unique contemporary view on the realm and outreach of the Majapahit Kingdom under Hayam Wuruk's reign. With this text in their hands, both Adinegoro and Maclean Pont, independently from each other, had already been active in exploring the region with the specific aim to locate the walls of what they perceived as the heart of the kingdom, the palace. Adinegoro, moreover, had founded a museum that contained all the statues and inscriptions he had collected and studied on the way. So you can see it here on the picture. Objects were arranged in one central hall and outside around the building. Inside the building, difficult to see, one huge statue of Vishnu, the maintainer, seated on Garuda, drew all attention. Above, on the wall, a portrait of Adinegoro watched over, with on the left a map of the region. This display undeniably connected the regent, or Adinegoro, as the actual ruler to his ancient domain. Thus, a local initiative marked the first explicit political appropriation on the site. However, Adinegoro's objectives combined well with the central interests of the colonial states. For a difference from the 19th century individual visitors, both Adinegoro and McLean Pons had to compete with centralizing forces in the form of the Colonial Archaeological Service. But they did so in relationships of interdependence. Adinegoro gifted his collection with the museum to the government and in return gained honor and hereditary curatorship. McLean Pons, consciously seeking collaboration with Adinegoro, likewise set up a museum and through his expanding research on the site, seeking for material proofs, also involved local villagers of lesser position than Adinegoro in his search for a great past of this region. So, to conclude, we hope to have made clear first how and why, when individuals or organizations appeal to a ruined site's vibration, this is not necessarily a neutral act, and that Majapahit has generated strong impressions on many different parties, and that these impressions may differ and can live along parallel. Second, while writing our book, but also when preparing this paper, we ourselves have also experienced vibrations of a site like Majapahit, both on the site and during encounters with its objects or documentations, or on other sites elsewhere in the world. We learned to understand this as a result of a mix of aesthetic, historical, and social, and maybe even psychological factors that also include spiritual experience. And we considered it a challenge to recognize the political dimension of it across colonial and post-colonial times. It made Majapahit only more attractive for us. At the same time, we realized in particular that our approach might give fascinating and relevant results, but also created its own margins and is therefore political as well. We made choices and we make choices. There are so many roads to follow, and we left others out. And also in this talk, because in our book, we also look at the sites, the making of this site across decolonization in the latter part of the 20th century. But we hope that others will embrace this kind of approach of the study of the history of heritage formation and will start following different roads. And we thank you for your attention and look forward to hearing your questions and to the discussion.
Thank you, Marieke. This is really a flawless. That is prima. Yeah.
Okay.
It's we learned a lot from your research and how carefully that you're taking care about the data. And of course, we appreciate very much that the government of Netherlands is keeping very well our document, our data, and our archives. So it's really a treasure for knowing that way we can also having a good relation for the discussion and learning about the data. So thank you, and hold until Professor Peter Carey. I think he will have also a very interesting point of view. Of course, that you talk about the Wardenar map that Professor Peter Carey found out at the British Library, and this is really a good relation, and we really honor for having this webinar this evening, that we can connect Professor Peter Carey and Professor Marieke talk about the history, and this is really, we learn a lot. The heritage is taking an important role in the politics. Thank you, Marieke.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, again, also on behalf of Martijn. So we both prepared this lecture. So.
Okay. Yeah. I think now we will continue to the third speaker, Professor John Miksic. So, Pak Miksic, I think all together now there are 125 participants in our room of this webinar, and I think most of them are feeling like having a reunion with you, because you are so close with us, having so many research together in Indonesia. So allow me to introduce you through your biodata. So here I would like to mention about Professor John Norman Miksic received his PhD from Cornell University based on archaeological fieldwork in Sumatra. He joined the National University of Singapore, where he is emeritus professor in the Southeast Asian Studies Department, and he founded the archaeology unit at the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies. He has received awards from the government of Singapore and the Court of Surakarta in Indonesia, and his very well-known book is about Singapore and the Silk Road of the Sea. Won the inaugural award for the best book on Singapore history in 2018. So his specialties include historical archaeology of Southeast Asia, urbanization, trade, Buddhism, and ceramics. I really remember when we went together to Trowland, and Pak Miksic can directly recognize it's a ruin of ceramic that we found on the ground, and we just see from his eyes, oh, this is the ceramic coming from which period of the history, and he can explain it very well. So Pak Miksic, the time is yours, please.
Terima kasih banyak sekali, Ibu Catrini. Saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih juga pada Pak Hashim. Thank you, Pak Hashim, for continuing to support the Mandala Majapahit. I also wanted to say good evening to some of my friends I know are watching from Gajah Mada, Ibu Wiwik, Mahirta, and I hope that my good friend from Universitas Udayana, Pak Ardika, is also watching us right now. I hear he might be looking on. So. All right, I'm going to talk tonight about this particular exercise that was almost 30 years ago now, from 1991 to 93. This is a kind of a predecessor, a kind of a luhur of the Pati, one might say. Started off with a course under the support of the Pusat Penelitian Arkeologi Nasional and also the Ditli Pinjara. So Indonesia sponsored 50%, and the Ford Foundation, who sponsored me for 6 years to teach archaeology at Gajah Mada, sponsored the other 50% of this project. And at that time, there were only 4 universities in Indonesia who taught archaeology, and each of them sent 5 representatives. So there were 20 students and young staff. And then there were 10 officials, junior officials from the Pusat Arkanas and the Pinjara. And 1 year, we were also allowed to bring some students from National University of Singapore. So we had about 30 people, and we spent a month together, 4 weeks a year in Trowulan for those 3 years. The reason why we started this project, it goes back even further to when I was the docent tamu at UGM. In 1986, we did a kind of a study tour to Trowulan. This was the Balai Penyelamatan at the time, which was not finished yet. You can still see it's half completed. And in the courtyard, the grounds of the Balai Penyelamatan, there had been a recent archaeological trial excavation. And you can see the pits laid out there in the grounds. And underneath the grounds of the museum, those 7 hectares or so, turned out that the whole site was full of remains of ancient buildings. They seem to be the foundations of early houses from the 14th century. Probably belonged to fairly high-class officials in the Kerajaan Majapahit at the time. So the whole area had once been a very densely occupied area. But just looking outside of the fence around the museum grounds, we could see that people were also digging up soil to get earth for making bricks. And we could see there were piles of other artifacts, so we went out and had a look at what was going on there. Here's Mas Hussein, Daud, Tanodirjo from UGM. So we could see that on one side there were heaps of ancient bricks and ancient potsherds, and these are all being crushed and turned into modern bricks. So a lot of the history of Majapahit was actually being turned into modern construction at the time. So there were heaps and heaps of sherds all around in the farmers' fields nearby. So this led us to have the idea of maybe setting up a kind of a field school, not to do for excavations, but instead to use this technique of survey to study the whole site of Majapahit and try to get an idea of the density of occupation. We got to know the local people quite well during this time. We spent 3 years, a month a year, going around the various villages. And so we met a lot of the villagers. We got to understand them. We got to know the kinds of things that they were actually finding. Of course, they had to do this during the dry season because they could only grow rice once a year. And so they were also making areas where they could start to lower the land level and grow rice so they could have a better life. And so in 1990, this is from 1992, this is the second IFSA. And here we have Pak Munardito from Universitas Indonesia, myself, Dr. Hassan Ambari from the Pusat Arkanas, and Pak Romley, who was the head of the local archaeological department at the time. And this was our barracks, our mess, where we stayed every year for 3 years. And we also, this is where we did all of our work. So here is the group from 1991, the first class of the IFSA. Here's Pak Munardito with his students from UI. We all had our team t-shirts at the time. So we had really close connections. We were living and working, sleeping and eating together for a month a year, so we got to know each other quite well. It was a very rewarding experience. And so the idea was to take this is 11 by 9 kilometer map of Trowulan, and the idea was to try and make a sample of surface collections from the site. And so what we did is we laid out these transects from east to west, which are 100 meters wide and approximately 9 kilometers long. And in 3 years, we walked over the entire ground surface of those strips. And so we took samples from about 10% of the entire site. So we collected a huge amount of data in that period. Here's one of our teams getting ready to go out on survey the first year. And so here we worked together with the local villagers who were digging up the soil to make their bricks. So we worked together with them and we collected all the samples of the artifacts that they were inevitably bringing it to the surface of the ground during their excavations. We got to know the kids also quite well. They found it actually quite interesting to work along with us. So the local village children actually got interested and they contributed free labor, and they would also go and find other things nearby that we thought we would be interested in. I've noticed this everywhere I worked in Indonesia. The young children actually get really excited when they start to understand that their village or whatever area they live in actually has quite a bit of ancient history behind it. So even the very young people get very involved in the projects. It's very easy to get them to get involved and to help out and to learn along with us. So obviously we would, this is Ari Soviani in the middle. Yeah, of course, he later on became the head of the local archaeology office. He was a student at the time. So obviously there were large kinds of objects we couldn't take back for further study at the mess in Trowulan. We did find some stone objects such as these inscriptions, one with a date on it, all the kinds of stone objects which are implements for various kinds of industrial pursuits. We did bring these back to the center for further studies, but most of what we found was pottery. And we found literally tons and tons of pottery on the surface of the ground. So we spent every morning, when it was relatively cool out in the field, afternoon we would spend washing and sorting out all the artifacts we brought back. And in the evening we would have lectures. So we spent about 15 hours a day. So it was a very intensive program. And so the evenings would be the time for our lectures and report writing and falling into bed. This is Aburrido. He gave a lecture on ceramics one year. He was, of course, the major authority on Indonesian and foreign ceramics in Indonesia at the National Museum and the Pusat Arkenas for many years. This is the famous Dutch epigrapher Johannes Gisbertus de Casparis. He would come and he looked at some of our inscribed stones. That's me with Pat Munardito, learning from him about what we could conclude from these stones that were picked up. So there are still historical documents probably lying around on the surface of the ground in the Trowulan area even today, still yield more historical information. And already, believe it or not, in 1991, we had a computer lab. So this is the computer group. We computerized all of our data. One of the people in the front on the left-hand side with the blue shirt, we called him Pak Sampak. He was named after a rather famous criminal of the period. Everybody thought he had a face like Pak Sampak, so we called him Eddie Sampak. So we did have computer and database systems set up at the time. So this is a very early kind of database program that we were using. And so here we are then preparing the analysis of the results of the survey. The tall man with the blue shirt crouching over, that's one of the Singaporean students who came one year, Shah Alam. Unfortunately, 3 of our major contributors, participants in the project, did not live to become special archaeologists. Now, these 3 were very important in the IFSA program, and they all passed away at a very young age. Mindra Faisal Iskandar, I was hoping he would come to Singapore and do a PhD on Majapahit. He died relatively young. Budi Kusuma Hartono was a student at UGM when I was teaching there. He went on to start his master's degree at ANU in Australia, and he passed away while working in the field in East Java. And Shah Alam also passed away quite recently. So this was a major loss for Indonesian and world archaeology. And so we lost a lot of the data because it was saved on their personal computers, which we could not open. So a lot of the databases, unfortunately, were lost. A lot of the data was probably not recoverable at the time. But one of the brighter things that happened during the time is that the villagers actually started to bring in some of the artifacts that they found, and even including gold artifacts, because then they understood what we were doing. We're not collecting treasure. We're not looking for valuables. Instead, we were trying to pick up artifacts to study the history of their own area. So these are gold artifacts found by the villagers after IFSA that they turned into the archaeology department. And these are Majapahit period gold artifacts. So this is one way in which the field school actually had a very worthwhile kind of benefit in terms of popularizing archaeology and teaching the local villagers just what we were actually doing. We also found a very wide range of ceramics, including Chinese ceramics going back to the Tang dynasty. These are actually from the pre-Majapahit period. These date back to the 9th century. So there was, of course, an inscription about the Alas Antan Sima stone, which is early 10th century, found in the Trowulan area, and these probably date from the period of that Sima. So there was an important settlement there in the early 10th century, right at the transitional point between Central Java and East Java civilizations. And so Trowulan was not completely unknown in Javanese history. It had already been relatively important in the late Mataram period. And then lots and lots of Chinese ceramics from the 14th century, the great period of Ayamuruk, Gajah Mada, some of them with Arabic script. These are quite unusual. Others with Chinese script on them. And some of the interesting ceramics we found date from much later. They actually date from the late 16th century. Shows that even after supposedly Trowulan and Majapahit collapsed and Sultan of Demak took over, there were still some fairly important people living on the Chowulan site. This is a Swatao type of pottery, which dates from the late 16th century, after the 1520s. So there were still some fairly important and influential people living in Chowulan until right into the end of the 1500s. These are other kinds of quite rare Chinese ceramics. They're quite indicative of the wealth and the long-distance trading relationships which Chowulan had. This is one thing that we did not expect to find, but we did discover that Chowulan was not purely a ceremonial and administrative center. It was also a very important economic center of long-distance trade, even though it's not located on the coastline. So we find these various kinds of Chinese wares. Also, besides Chinese pottery, we find Thai pottery. So Majapahit during the 15th century still had quite a long-distance trading relationships with mainland Southeast Asia as well as China. And so it was importing these objects from Thailand and from Vietnam. And of course, the Negara Tagama already, or the Desho Warnana in 1365, said that Vietnam is a friend different from the Tatar men. So the Desho Warnana calls the Chinese the Tatar men, because of course until 1367, China was underneath the Mongols. It was not Chinese ruled; it was ruled by the Mongols. And so the Majapahit people, actually, Prapancha seems to have thought that the Vietnamese were quite high-class people. And so they said they were quite friendly. A good friend, different. And we even find artifacts from as far away as Persia. These are probably from the eastern Iran area, so there are even contacts between Majapahit, Chowulan, and the Middle East. But one of the most important types of objects we found were the local kinds of pottery. Majapahit was a great ceramic making culture. The artisans and the people who made this pottery were extremely skillful. So there's a whole civilization of pottery, which was very specifically made in the Chowulan area. All these beautiful kinds of earthenwares, many of them made for storing water, because of course with the population, I estimate perhaps at its height, Chowulan may have had a population of as many as 100,000 people. 100,000 was one of the biggest cities in the world at this time. And so they needed a lot of water. That's why we had the irrigation systems, had those canals, we had the sagaran, had the waduks or the reservoirs, and we had a lot of these kinds of containers for storing water. We also have these kinds of wares. So technologically, the Majapahit potters even were able to start making their own glazed pottery. Well, some of these are now in the National University of Singapore Museum. They were given to the museum. Some we found in our IFSA surveys. I had discussions with Ibu Sumara Adyatman about these, and she was not sure that these were Indonesian made. She thought they might have been made in China, but we have now the information from IFSA, pretty much destroyed, and also from the McLean Pont collection. McLean Pont was the kind of engineer and running the sugar plantation on the site in the early 20th century. He collected many artifacts during his time, also when he was working with the Bupati at the time to set up the museum. And he also collected a fairly large number of these lead-glazed earthenwares. And we also find other objects such as these chelingan. Some of them are glazed also, literally piggy banks. So it's definitely another aspect of Majapahit technology. And we found many other pieces of evidence of Majapahit's highly evolved technological skills, these crucibles for melting metals such as bronze, gold, and pieces of art, architecture. We will not probably ever find upper parts of the buildings, but these are probably some of the roof tiles from the buildings of Majapahit, which are mentioned actually. The decorations on the roofs are also mentioned in the Desho Warnana. And of course, the famous terracottas, all the various figures we can imagine the women of the court are wearing these kinds of hairstyles. These are the kinds of things, of course, are not preserved in archaeology or history, but we do get them in some of these kinds of artistic artifacts that did get preserved. And even some kinds of depictions of buildings, including even here is on the right is the two views of what's probably meant to be the roof of a thatched roof of a house, some kind of atap. So I have been involved in two books about Majapahit. One is The Legacy of Majapahit. This was an exhibition at the National University of Singapore, 1995, in which we borrowed a lot of the artifacts from the Balai Penyelambatan in Chowulan. Ibu Edi Sediawati came to Singapore for the launch of the exhibition at the National Museum, and this catalog of the exhibition was published. Unfortunately, long ago, all the copies of this were sold out. It's never been reprinted. This is one thing I would really like to see, because most of the articles that were written by Indonesian archaeologists and then I translated into English. It would be really nice to get this book out again. I suspect it would be quite attractive to a lot of modern readers. And the other book on the right, this is the book I did with a Chinese archaeologist, Kame Mitsui, who was a great specialist on Chinese blue and white ware. So most of the book, unfortunately, is in Japanese, but I wrote an introduction in English. So this book also was unfortunately quite difficult to get because you can only get it in Japan. Many more books could be written on Trowulan. Of course, there have been some in Bahasa Indonesia. I still hope someday to get out the site report. Even though we've lost a lot of the data from IFSA, still would be useful to publish some of the basic raw data. And one of the sites where we might do this is, I want to advertise, this is a Southeast Asian Archaeology Report series we started at the National University of Singapore. We've already published one work on Indonesian archaeology. This is a Dieng project done in 2010, along with Jurusan Archaeology at Gajah Mada University. And so it was written in Bahasa Indonesia, translated into English. And so we could also put this online on the web so anybody around the world could actually get it and get a hold of the actual basic raw archaeological data. Another thing that, of course, we got to look at while we were there was looking at the modern imitation handicrafts such as Pat Sabar. Of course, no longer with us either. He was a great artisan making things out of bronze, imitating a lot of the objects from ancient Trowulan. White tuff statuary. These also are something which attracted a lot of attention earlier on. And here are the workers in the workshop in Trowulan actually making them. Now, another aspect of the Trowulan site which hasn't been exploited yet is its possible use as a kind of a site for Indonesian high school students. One of the comparative studies I've done is with the Benteng Pendam, the sunken fort of Cilacap, down on central Java's south coast. And this site, the old Dutch fort, has been adopted by the local high school. And so the SMP here. And so they've actually started a kind of a program to get their pupils to go to the site and practice being tour guides and just talking about the history of their local area here. And this is something that I think could be done to work more with the school systems in, say, the Mojokerto Trowulan area to get the students involved in various ways. I've taken quite a number of foreign students to Java in the last 25 years since I've been here in Singapore. This was about 2015. I brought a group of students from around the world to Prambanan. And so we actually paid the Prambanan people to allow us to help them with repairing some of the stones, collecting the stones, replacing them on the site, excavating. So this is another kind of activity which actually can be done as a means of earning money for, say, archaeological research and restoration. There's a group called Earthwatch, which does this kind of thing, which acts as a kind of a link to people around the world who actually are willing to donate money in return for actually coming and being involved in the projects. A friend of mine, Peter Leip, now a professor at the University of Washington, Seattle, he did his PhD on the Banda Islands, and he actually used this organization to get volunteers to come to Banda with the permission from the Indonesian government, obviously, and they paid for his PhD research in Banda. So this is something else that could be considered for Trowulan. I've been amazed by the interest in Trowulan Majapahit that's available on Facebook and YouTube. There's so many sites devoted to East Java, lost history of Nusantara, Majapahit specifically, such as Masyarakat Peduli, Peninggalan Majapahit, Majapahit Lalono, Save Tarian Tradisional Majapahit. This is something I know that is already being used to a certain extent by Mandala Majapahit, and I believe that a lot more could be done to leverage this to get more people to directly involve themselves in various ways in trying to preserve and distribute and disseminate information, knowledge, appreciation of Majapahit tradition. Now, one of the most recent things, here you see the two gateways similar to the ones Bajang Ratu and Ringin Lawang, these are in Singapore. These were built as part of the Singapore bicentennial celebrations or commemorations last year. This is, of course, to show that Singapore was not founded by the British, that it already existed in the 14th century, as mentioned in the Negara Tagama and the Sumpah Palapa. And so we actually built these two gateways symbolically on Fort Canning, which is the 14th century site of Singapore's capital when it was still called Temasek. And so you can now go to Singapore's ancient capital and see these remnants of what Singaporeans would have looked like.
The time is almost finished.
Okay, I'll just show two more slides. One has to do with, again, this is based on Jalatunda. Again, this is now at Fort Canning. And so we still do in Singapore now, there's more and more appreciation for Singapore's ancient connection with Majapahit. And I hope we can build on that. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Pak John. Pak John Miksic is really, you always great for doing the research and reporting.
I love talking about this. I'm so happy to get a chance.
Yeah, we learn a lot from you that the ceramics even is already a ruin that it tells a lot of things for us. So we can trace the history from it. And the IFSA that you done, the research in Indonesia, in Troulan, is really also great, and we hope there is a continuation of that research.
I hope that
Thank you, Pak John Miksic.
I hope we as Singaporeans maybe also can contribute again in the future.
Okay, yeah, amin. Yes, thank you, Pak Miksic. And then now we will come to the discussion. But before that, I would like to remind for all the panelists, the speakers, please check the question and answer because we have a very limited time on this evening session. So you might answer the question at the question and answer in the bottom of your monitor. And thank you for Donovan Rypkema that already answered the question. And I think there are some questions and also comment left for Marieke. So please read it while we have the next is for the discussion. I will give the time for Professor Peter Carey. But before, I will read that the biodata of Professor Peter Carey. He is born in Yangon in 1948, and then 7 years later, he's back to England in 1955 and started his education and graduated at the Trinity College in 1965 in the subject of modern history. And he continued master degree at Cornell University and completed in 1970 in the subject of Southeast Asian Studies. And his research is very well known in Indonesia, more than 40 years about Prince Diponegoro and the Java War. And he published many books related with it. And there are several research also from Professor Peter Carey. It's also done about Majapahit. And I think this is also great for having Professor Peter Carey here. And I should say also, because he's really dedicating his life for the research of Prince Diponegoro. So say happy birthday, congratulations. And then tomorrow, 12th of November, besides the anniversary of Majapahit Empire, it's also note the important date for Professor Peter Carey. As 7 years ago, 2013, on 12th November, Professor Peter Carey also inaugurated as the adjunct professor in the Faculty of Humanity in University of Indonesia under support of the ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation. So Pak Peter, the time is yours. You have 15 minutes if you want to share the presentation material from Iren. Maybe it can help to share screen the PPT of Pak Peter. Is it okay, Pak Peter?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah. So the 15 minutes will be yours.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll just very quickly run through this because obviously it goes over much of the ground of which has already been covered. Professor Marieke has already discussed the Badenar map, and John Miksic knows that well. And this is something which is very superficial, really. And it's just a little sort of roundup, which maybe is useful and maybe not. So Raffles Majapahit and Badenar's survey of the royal capital at Trowulan, which he did over a case of about 5 to 6 days in October 1815. And I've called this the case of the dog that didn't bark in the night. Yeah. So here we have Raffles and here is Badenar. Raffles visited Majapahit and he mentions this in his history of Java. Next slide. He mentioned in his final year of administration and described the Sukarlan in his history of Java. The whole area of the tank was one sheet of beautiful rice cultivation, almost entirely surrounded by a noble forest of teak. And we know this from Badenar because he listed about 112 families living in the area of the Keraton area, the sort of central 2.7 square kilometers, which is at the heart of Majapahit. Next. And Raffles then dispatched, after visiting in May of 1815, a difficult time because he was without his wife, who just died. He dispatched, he's a fluent Javanese speaker. His mother was Javanese, captain engineer, J.W.B. Badenar. His father was a member of the Radvan India and a very high-placed pejabat of the VOC, to make the first survey of the 7.2 square kilometer area, core area of the old royal city. And this is his map. I didn't discover this. This was always there. It was actually bequeathed by Raffles' great niece, Mrs. Drake, who lived in Scotland, and she bequeathed it the first year of the Second World War in 1939. But it just hasn't really, didn't sort of appear over the horizon until really quite recently. And I remember in March 2008 discovering the map and then coming out to try and cycle back to Paddington Station and finding that I couldn't unlock my bike, so that there was obviously something going on that day. You know, it was quite a weighty discovery and quite important. Next. Badenar found the Trowulan area very lightly populated, about 80 households. He sketches about 112 little houses and heavily afforested, with the now disappeared Candi Mutaran and the soon-to-be restored ring in Lawang, enveloped by a large swathe of primary jungle. Next. Badenar marked a number of sites, inter alia Joko Dolok, the fat boy, the fat youth, a depiction of the 11th century monk, Empu Berada, who had divided King Alanga's of Kahuripan's kingdom between his two sons, between Janggala and Kediri, in 1052. Which the resident of Surabaya, just a couple of years after the visit of Badenar, moved to Simpang in 1817. And there it resides to this day. Next. Curiously, when Raffles returned to England on the Ganges, taking 16 tons of Javanese artifacts with him, some of which have never been opened. I know the numismatics, which are kept in the Gudang of the British Museum in East London, have never been opened, these coins from Majapahit. He did not publish, amongst them Badenar's survey and drawings, he did not publish them in his history of Java. The book which made his name and secured his knighthood on at the end of May from the Prince Regent, who was a great fan of Raffles. Next. Why? This rather unimpressive royal city, just 7.2 kilometers square, with an even smaller court complex, just 2.6 kilometers in circumference, all made of baked red brick and andesite, was not Adiluhung superb enough for Raffles, who saw that the post-Hindu Buddhist era as a fallen civilization, fatally undermined by the coming of Islam. This is the view of our friend who is the specialist on Thai ceramics and Thai artifacts at the British Museum, who thinks that really Raffles intentionally passed this over. Next. Wagner's survey map, the plan of Majapahit, drawings and map legend languished in Raffles' personal papers and eventually bequeathed to the British Museum by his great niece, Mrs. Drake, and his map legend in Wagner's own papers, which were bequeathed to the Batavia's Genootschap, the Batavian Society of Arts and Letters, which were then published by the volcanologist Roger Verbeek. Next. From whence, after his death in 1869, and it was eventually bequeathed to the Library of the Batavian Society of Arts and Sciences and published by Roger Verbeek in the Oudheden van Majapahit van 1815 and 1887. So he did a sort of triage of Majapahit at the beginning and the end of the 19th century. He didn't have the map, but he had the legend. And he used the legend, as we've seen from Marieke Bloembergen's piece, to construct a very interesting map, which has been a peta rujukan until this day, a go-to source, which continues to inform our work. Next. And what was the impact of this neglect? I mean, if he'd orbited it, as he orbited Borobudur and he orbited other parts of Java's heritage, what would have been the case? What was the impact of this neglect? Well, I think it was pretty immense. I mean, post-1816, the return Dutch administration, which hated anything to do with the British and with Raffles, contracted the Prussian-born botanist C.G.C. Reinwarth to head up a scientific commission to do a survey of Java's fauna and flora and produce an even weightier tome than Raffles' History of Java. They wanted to outdo Raffles by contracting Reinwarth. Next. But although the Bogor Botanical Gardens were founded in 1817 and major scientific research was embarked upon by the Commissie Reinwarth, and a very remarkable collection of artists were gathered, and the young Raden Saleh was tutored by one of them, A.J. Payan, the Belgian painter. Reinwarth himself was no Raffles and had lacked the chutzpah to do a big book on Java, which remained unwritten. He lived his life, the rest of his life in Leiden. He was visited by Raden Saleh there. He was florid and content, drinking his port, but not really doing very substantive scholarship on the type of book which the Dutch administration hoped. Next. And as for Majapahit, since it didn't appear in Raffles' history, it was soon forgotten amid the alarms and excursions of the Java War. Next. And the Dutch are then bankrupted by Belgian revolt and by the Java War to the tune of 25 million guilders, then went for broke and instituted Van der Bos's cultivation system in 1830 to 1870, which netted the Dutch exchequer 832 million guilders, hardly any of which was returned in education or health or infrastructure for the inlanders. About 11 trillion, about one cycle of the US economy today by its end, which greatly smoothed Holland's path to modernity and able to amortize its national debt, build canals and railways, and build forts in the southern Netherlands to guard against French attack. Next. With Majapahit Troulan becoming part of the sugar frontier in East Java, post-Java War. Next. The nice hard-baked bricks of the former royal city of Majapahit were found to be excellent building materials for the new Dutch sugar factories, such as the Herita Chausier Corporation at Gempo Crejo in Mojokerto, which is the picture here. Next. And when the supply of Majapahit bricks began to dwindle, a new brickmaking industry developed, which by the late 20th century counted some 1,500 family enterprises, which have excavated about 20 million cubic tons of earth. So If you're thinking of Bubat and the treachery which happened to the Pajajaran princess at the hands of Gajah Mada's troops, this is the revenge of Pajajaran on Majapahit. You can't imagine a more desperate situation for a major archaeological site and a major royal city than to have its earth cut down to 2 and 3 meters to dig out soils. Next. With the layers of topsoils removed to the depth of 1 to 7 meters, used for baking commercial bricks, the details of the early medieval landscape began to emerge, but Trowulan, as a formerly intact royal city, was effectively destroyed as an archaeological entity. Not completely, but greatly detrited. Next. And into this deeply compromised situation stepped gifted amateurs such as the Bupati of Mojokerto, whom we've heard about from Marieke's presentation, and MacLean Pont, who each had their own agendas. Next. And produce their own maps, some based on important archaeological research, e.g. MacLean Pont's Lematulis excavation of 1926, which discovered the 11th century hermitage, wooden hermitage of Empu Barada, and provide, on the basis of the excesses of MacLean Pont, the later canal theory. So this is Venice or Amsterdam or Bangkok, yeah, which has not been proven and to some extent flows out of this gigantism, which was Digemborkan Ole MacLean Pont. Next. At the same time, the 1913 foundation of the Oud-Kundigedienst involved Dutch professionals such as Krom, an art historian, Stutterheim, the most brilliant archaeologist of his generation, who died very young of a brain tumor in September 1942, FTK Bosch, who published Stutterheim's great survey of Majapahit in 1948 in the Behandelingen, and Van Steen Kallenfels, who the Javanese felt totally appropriate he should die in Ceylon because he was Ravana, and it was appropriate he should die in the Keraton of Ravana, and Bistarini, a architect based in Surabaya, who excavated the walls of Majapahit in 1930, during the brief period when Van Steen Kallenfels was head of the Oud-Kundigedienst. Next. This led to Bruno Nobili de Vistarini, an Austrian, who died in Austria in 1971, his excavation of the eastern and northern palace walls, and the reconstruction of Stutterheim's February 1942 layout of the Majapahit Kraton, posthumously published by Boss in Leiden. Next. Why these findings were not acted upon or better ventilated at the time may be due to 2 factors. 1, the Indonesian nationalist movement. 2, the fact the inner core to the Keraton was rather modest. They didn't want to spill the beans and say, well, actually, you're completely right. Here is Bung Kecil Sharia, who went to the UN on the 14th of August, 1947, addressed the UN Security Council and said, this idea that Indonesia is a rakitan, it's just a jerry-built structure of the Japanese, or the Rohdan Jiwa, the integuments of Indonesia only provided by the Dutch presence, is stuff and nonsense. Look at Majapahit, look at Srivijaya. And if he had this archaeological reports, his arguments would have been even stronger, but as it was enough. Indonesia got its seat at the table and ultimately brought down the Dutch because they involved the Americans, who passed a law in Congress on the 7th of February 1949, cutting out the Netherlands from martial aid if they didn't return to the negotiating table, which Biden will do for the British over Brexit. Next. And today, despite the massive destruction, disappointments, and manifold hoaxes, the future of Majapahit archaeology is still very much open, as we've heard from these 3 magnificent presentations tonight. Terima kasih, matur nuwun, abianto.
Matur nuwun, Pak Peter. Yeah, this is really always as a part of your explanation, always comprehensive one. And this is now we all the participants, I think so we can connect the puzzle that is left in Trowulan we learn a lot from the data that try to discover from the first researcher Wardenar went to Trowulan, and then also several excavation and research done also further after the Wardenar. So this is still, even this is still a puzzle for Trowulan, but we have to make sure that further we can have a completely figure about the Trowulans. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. And then I would like to be back with all the panelists. Maybe all of you can open now your video and also your microphone. We can come to the plenary session. That first of all, we would like to say thank you that you already started to answer the question from the question and answer below. We got the response of the participant. The number of the participant is 125 in our webinar room. I think they all are very enthusiastic with this webinar. So it's almost the time's up. So one more questions. I would like to also take my liberty to send you the question. Is there any contribution from your going on research, or the one that maybe for Pak John Miksic, Marieke, or even Martins, and also Pak Peter have really a connection with the Trowulan? Do you have any idea that what is specifically, in particular, your research can contribute actually to Trowulan? And I also have a question similar to Donovan Rypkema, but we would like to see, compare in your experience in another places, but how also it can be contribute to Trowulan in a really short one. I think we would like to start maybe from Marieke and Martin, and then Pak Miksic and Donovan, and then last but not least, Pak Peter. Please, Marieke.
Martijn, we'll take this one.
Yeah, okay. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you so much.
Please, it's clear. Yeah.
Okay, very good. This was a very interesting and diverse and coherent at the same time session, I think. We had an archaeological approach, we had the history of archaeology approach, we had the heritage approach, and we had the history of heritage formation approach. So I think it is really fitting very well. And your question, Ibu Catrini, about what future research or future directions in research I see, is I think it's very important that we learn more about Indonesian involvement in archaeological research and heritage formation in the present and in the past. It's not a new thing. So this community-based archaeology, you see that Professor Miksic already in the early 90s developed this, and you can also see that in the presentation of Marieke in the 1920s and 30s, but also in the early 19th century, there was a lot of local involvement and local knowledge. So I think it's the challenge that we find sources, develop methods to learn more about these local forms of involvements, so that you, in your work nowadays, can continue this and build on these old experiences. It's always difficult to define the stakeholders, the people you want to involve. And maybe in that sense, we can learn from the past.
Thank you. That's really a great encouragement for all of us, the Indonesian researcher, that, we have to start to develop all the research. But I think this is also the opportunity for having further collaboration with you all. Yeah. So thank you, Martin. Yeah, I will move to Pak John Miksic. Please, Pak John.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Peter also. I haven't said hi to Peter yet. Thank you for being on, Peter. I haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah, I want to say first that I really regret that because of the COVID, I can't come to Indonesia. And so I know that there are lots of publications and conferences and so on being held in Indonesia, probably many of which are relevant to Majapahit, but because I'm not physically there, I can't follow along with what's going on. One thing I would like is for somebody like maybe Mandala Majapahit to set up a website where there could be at least a kind of a list, if not synopses of all the publications, research reports, and so on, all the scriptsy that are being done at the universities. I'm sure there are many scriptsy about Majapahit now being written also, many of which are good enough to be published. And so I would really like it if it's be possible to find out more about the ongoing work of the Indonesian scholars. It would be very effective in communicating what Indonesia is doing and getting more foreign scholars to incorporate it into their larger scale kind of models and research that they're doing. And so that's one thing I really like. And I really like the fact that at least, even so everything else about COVID is so terrible, at least is bringing us together in a way through the internet. And so I hope that we can keep on using the websites, Zoom and so on, to keep on in contact with each other and maybe expand it further.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak John. Yeah, I got your point. And it is also happy for us to inform that the Mandala Majapahit in UGM, it's now starting what they call it the compilation of the annotated bibliography related with Majapahit. So it will be appear in the website, and then we can connect and enrich it together. So thank you, Pak John Miksic. Yeah. Okay, and then next, Donovan Rypkema. Maybe you can also say something about the things that we can also, what we learn from you that we can implement in Trouwland.
Well, unfortunately, I'm the only one of the panelists that haven't had the great opportunity to be there. But after listening to these wonderful...
But soon you will be.
next trip. But from these wonderful presentations, and I don't know if this is a good idea or not, it's just an idea. So now you have 6 universities in Indonesia that have archaeological programs. But this site has so many cultural and political science and architecture, such a wide range of lessons to be learned. There may be environmental lessons, there may be scientific lessons, and it just strikes me that I don't know about the local economy and what there is to build on, but wouldn't this be a wonderful place to have a combined setting for a number of universities with a number of disciplines represented? So it's not a standalone, maybe the 6 universities have a permanent field archaeological office there. Maybe some of the universities with political science or history programs there. It just seems to me that it has such a great educational resource across categories, across disciplines, that maybe and again, this would have to be supported by the government, but wouldn't it be wonderful to have a university or an aggregation of universities to have a permanent place there that uses that wonderful context as its kind of ongoing learning laboratory?
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Donovan. So we learned a lot from this webinar. In the beginning, Professor John Miksic also remind us for the community base, and then now you remind us about the important role from the academic part. So from the university and also still the support of the government. Yeah, we noted. Thank you, Donovan. Yeah, I think we will come to Pak Peter Carey, or otherwise, Marieke, you want to add something before we close by Peter Carey?
I also very much enjoyed this diverse combination, and maybe only a small addition to what Martijn said, which I completely endorse, is that it is also indeed about looking at as many possible diverse perspectives. So also amongst Indonesian local individuals or groups who have been interested in the site or cared for the site or cared for elements of the sites. There can be many different reasons to do so. For example, taking care of the Islamic graves or an ancient gate does not necessarily mean the same thing. But yeah, so I also would support that very much if that kind of knowledge can be integrated in the projects, both concerning the past and the present.
Yeah, hartelijk bedankt. Yeah.
Alsjeblieft.
Yeah. I think, sir, try to connect and make it stronger, our network. It is also one of the future idealism that we have to reach. Yeah? And this is scholar to scholar, and also from the community in other level, also government to government. I think we need to enhance it from time to time. Yeah. Thank you, Marieke. Yeah. Okay, and then Pak Peter, I think we come to the end to conclude this evening webinar. We already starting to make a point from what we design the strategy to sustain our past to the future, and maybe there are some final word from you, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll keep it short. I've got two reflections. One is by the Nobel Prize winner in economics, Robert Merton Solow, who wrote about very much what about Professor Donovan was talking about. And he said over the long term, places with strong distinctive identities are much more likely to prosper than places without them. Every place must identify its strongest and most distinctive features and develop them, or run the risk of being all things to all men and nothing special to any. Livability is not a middle-class luxury, it's an economic imperative. And I think as far as Majapahit is concerned, and indeed Indonesia, I mean, it's got to start exporting its soft power. And its soft power is to do with its uniqueness, and it's to do with, you know, it's a bit like Rabindranath Tagore going to Java in 1927 as a guest of the Budi Utomo and saying, I see India everywhere, but nowhere do I recognize it. You know, that it's undergone a sea change into something rich and strange. And that richness and strangeness, you have to actually have the capacity to project, because if you don't do that, you're going to miss out a great deal. And as far as Majapahit is concerned, it should be, as Professor Donovan points out, a place for teaching. It should be particularly a place for teaching about identity politics, because you've got in Trowulan, you've got in the graves, the gravesite in Trowulan, graves which are Islamic graves in the middle of a family graveyard. And this indicates that Islam did not come as a conqueror, did not come as a excrescence in the middle of the royal family, because they have the Surya Majapahit, which is behind the lambang, behind all our speakers tonight, on their nisan, on their graves. And this should be a teaching resource for the Kemajemukan, for the huge diversity of the archipelago, and the way in which everything up to the modern period has been able to, up to the colonial period, and its artificial distinctions, have been able to rub along together. And if you look at Stutterheim's researches at the Chatuspata, we know at the Chatuspata, which was a crossroads on the northern Alon-Alon, the Great Maidan, the Great Square, that there were three sites of puja. One was for the Shivites, one for the Vishnuites, and one for the Buddhists. And that indicates that, you know, these three religions, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, there's two, that there's one, can actually be two sides of the same coin. And I think that Majapahit should be an open book for teaching tolerance. Because if you don't have tolerance, you don't have a future.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Peter. Matur nuwun sangat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all for our evening webinar. May I request Pak John Miksic and also Pak Martin to open your video. This is we coming to the Indonesian custom. At the end of any event, we'll have a session for picture together. So our committee will take our picture. So please prepare your position, Pak Peter.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to become a more higher.
Hiya.
In higher position. Okay, so the committee ready? We take a picture. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Yeah. So once again, on behalf of the committee, the University of Udayana, and also the ARSARI Djojohadikusumo Foundation, we would like to sincere really our gratitude for you all for spending your valuable time with us together and enrich our mind, give the food for our thought is really in the precisely very important things that we can start tomorrow, another day, and this is the anniversary of Majapahit Empire, with lots of new interpretation about what we can do in the Majapahit heritage conservation. So once more again, good evening for all everybody. Terima kasih untuk Ibu dan Bapak semua yang mengikuti acara ini. So we will continue now for the next session, the latest session, until midnight, until 00. So because we will have a tribute to Majapahit Empire with a series of art performance through virtual, and also prayers for the celebrating 727 years Majapahit Empire. But now I have to end the session and I have to say goodbye. So I'm as a moderator for this evening webinar. It's really proud to have you all, really honored to have you all. So thank you for your time. I have to say goodbye. And we will leave this session and then give it hand over to the committee for proceeding the next session. Thank you, Professor
Thank you.
Donovan, Professor Marieke,
Thank
Professor
you.
Martin,
Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you
Pak
so much.
John, terima kasih, Pak Peter.
Sampai jumpa.
Monggo. Yeah.
Sampai
Sampai
jumpa.
jumpa. Keep in touch through email or anything that we can
Yeah.
contact.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Saya tidak bisa mendengar suara Tito.
Tito, Mas Tito. Sepertinya suaranya belum keluar, Mas.
Cek.
Oke, good.
Ya, mohon maaf saya terlalu bersemangat karena menyimak pemaparan dan juga rangkaian acara di kesempatan hari ini di International Webinar The Vibration of Majapahit yang begitu memperkaya pengetahuan kita tentang Majapahit dan segala sesuatunya. Dan pastinya sekali lagi saya ucapkan salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Rahayu, 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 Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam lestari. Selamat bergabung di kesempatan malam hari ini di sesi pamungkas dari perhelatan International Webinar The Vibration of Majapahit. Persembahan dari Yayasan ARSARI Djojohadikusumo, kemudian juga dengan dukungan dari Majapahit dan Universitas Udayana. Perkenankan kami memandu sesi ini hingga tengah malam nanti. Saya Kuryawan bersama dengan rekan saya
Irena Swastiwi. Malam hari ini kita akan menyimak sejumlah rangkaian acara, di antaranya ada pertunjukan seni dan budaya yang dipersembahkan oleh Ananda Sukarlan, Ibu Restu Imansari, dan Ibu Bulan Trisna Jelantik, serta Nyoman Trianawati. Selain itu, kita juga akan mendengarkan doa 727 Majapahit bersama-sama yang akan menghadirkan Niketut Putri Minangsari, Bapak Eka Budianta, dan Mbak Chandria Guntur Soekarno Putri, dan Mas Nanang Muni.
Nah, tapi sebelum kita melangkah ke acara pertama, mari bersama-sama kita saksikan tayangan video berikut ini.
Nah, oke. Selanjutnya, setelah kita menyaksikan video pembukaan tadi, kami mempersilahkan M. Hasbiansyah Zulfahri selaku Direktur Eksekutif dari Badan Pelestarian Pusaka Indonesia untuk dapat bergabung bersama kita di ruangan ini dan menyampaikan pengantar untuk sesi pamungkas di hari ini. Silahkan Mas Hasbi.
Baik, terima kasih. Suara saya sudah terdengar?
Iya, sudah.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Salam lestari. Kami ucapkan selamat datang di acara 727 Majapahit. Kadi Dipa Amadani Bumi, laksana cahaya menerangi bumi. Pada malam ini, saya betul-betul ditemani oleh sebuah cahaya, dan di rumah saya kebetulan saat ini ada sedang dan masih mati lampu, tapi hal tersebut tidak mengurangi semangat kita menyambut 727 Majapahit yang akan kita laksanakan pada kali ini. Pertama-tama mungkin saya ingin mengucapkan selamat datang dan terima kasih kepada pengisi acara dan peserta yang telah berkenan hadir pada malam hari ini. Perlu kami sampaikan, sejak tadi pagi BPPI bersama Yayasan ARSARI Djojohadikusumo dan Universitas Udayana mengadakan perhelatan webinar internasional dengan tema The Vibration of Majapahit. Webinar ini ditujukan untuk menyambut ulang tahun atau HUT Majapahit ke-727. Kita telah mendengarkan berbagai informasi terbaru mengenai situs Majapahit dan juga success story dari berbagai negara, dari berbagai situs yang memiliki keidentikan dengan Majapahit. Sebuah kebahagiaan bagi kami dapat menyelenggarakan dan menjadi bagian dalam acara hari ini. BPPI sebagai organisasi penggerak kelestarian pusaka Indonesia terus berkomitmen menjaga kelestarian pusaka, salah satunya yaitu pusaka Majapahit. Majapahit sebagai kerajaan Hindu-Buddha terbesar di Pulau Jawa telah menorehkan catatan sejarah yang cukup panjang sejak didirikannya oleh Raden Wijaya pada tahun 1293 di hutan terik yang diperkirakan di kawasan Trowulan. Perjalanan sejarah panjang selama lebih dari 2 abad tentunya memberikan pelajaran yang amat berharga bagi bangsa Indonesia ini, khususnya dalam persatuan dan kesatuan Indonesia. Dalam menyambut HUT Majapahit ke-727, BPPI mencoba membuat sebuah acara pertunjukan untuk mengingatkan kita kebesaran Majapahit, dan juga kita akan berdoa bersama untuk kelestarian pusaka Indonesia pada umumnya dan kelestarian pusaka Majapahit pada khususnya. Akhirnya, malam ini kita semua berkumpul atas nama cinta dan peduli terhadap kelestarian Majapahit. Jikalau saya boleh mengutip sebuah kalimat dari Bapak Hashim Djojohadikusumo, kebesaran dan kejayaan Majapahit telah mampu menyatukan Nusantara dalam satu panji kedaulatan. Melalui kebesaran Majapahit itulah kita mendapatkan berbagai inspirasi positif untuk lebih merekatkan lagi persatuan Indonesia, merajut keberagaman budaya, serta melestarikan kejayaan alam Indonesia untuk kesejahteraan rakyatnya. Terima kasih. Kami ucapkan selamat menikmati acara malam ini. Semoga kejayaan Majapahit dan kebesaran Majapahit dapat menjadi inspirasi positif bagi kehidupan kita saat ini. Kadi Dipa Amadani Bumi, Laksana Cahaya Menerangi Bumi, salam lestari, dan sampai jumpa kembali. Silahkan.
Terima kasih Mas Hasbi. Demikianlah pengantar yang telah disampaikan oleh Mas Hasbi sekali lagi, selaku Direktur Eksekutif dari Badan Pelestarian Pusaka Indonesia. Selamat malam untuk seluruh panelis dan juga seluruh peserta dari webinar malam hari ini. Dan di sesi pamungkas ini, sebagaimana slogan Kadi Dipa Amadani Bumi, yang berarti laksana cahaya menerangi seluruh negeri, mudah-mudahan dan diharapkan tentunya webinar International The Vibration of Majapahit ini bisa memberikan pencerahan bagi kita semua.
Oke, pastinya itu yang diharapkan ya Mas Tito. Sejak
iya, betul.
Kita sudah ada di dalam ruangan Zoom ini, dan semoga ini bisa menjadi salah satu cahaya untuk berbagai misteri Majapahit yang masih banyak belum terungkap. Nah, selanjutnya kita akan menyaksikan persembahan dari Ananda Sukarlan. Ananda Sukarlan merupakan seorang pianis dan komponis, maksud saya. Ia merupakan pendiri Yayasan Musik Sastra Indonesia dan pembuat musik klasik untuk anak-anak difabel di Spanyol yang bekerja sama dengan Fundación Música Abierta. Dengan musiknya, saat ini Pak Ananda sedang berkeliling ke berbagai pusaka budaya di Indonesia. Pada September lalu, beliau menggelar konser virtual Tour Rhapsodia Nusantara di Candi Prambanan dan di kawasan Candi Sewu bertema Prambanan A Twilight Trace. Di Oktober lalu, ia juga memainkan karyanya dalam konser bertajuk The Birth of Nusantara yang digelar di Kompleks Percandian Gapura Bajang Ratu, Trowulan, Mojokerto, di mana 2 karyanya ini akan kita nikmati di setelah ini. Sahabat Arsari, inilah Karma dan Relationship oleh Ananda Sukarlan.
This morning, we are at Candi Brahu, or Brahu Temple. The kingdom of Majapahit for 200 years covered most of Indonesia. It was in fact the biggest kingdom in Indonesia at that time, when at that time Indonesia was still called Nusantara. And in fact the term Nusantara was born during the Majapahit era. The kings of Majapahit had great visions. Majapahit became so advanced politically, economically, and of course culturally. Music at that time, of course, was very developed, and at the time we were still using the pentatonic scale. And so this pentatonic scale in fact was used in many parts of the world. Relationships. That's what the Kingdom of Majapahit did very well with the countries in Asia, especially India and China. In this violin piece, I want to experiment in relationships of different musical materials which have nothing to do with each other to be put in one piece. In order to do that, they must have something, even very small, in common. Otherwise, the piece won't have a solid form. Therefore, I should think of a motif that binds them all. Now, relationship in Indonesian is relasi, which comes from the Dutch word relasi. As I'm in the mood of using people's name initials as motifs for my piece, now the motif is, well, it comes by itself. What else but relasi? Relasi, or relationship, is a kind of variations without a theme, only bound to each other by a simple motif of the three notes, re, la, si. You can hear it, re, la, si. Writing the variations, I'm thinking of the characters of the people I had relationships with in the past, not necessarily the amorous ones. That explains the nostalgic flavor of the piece. I'm thinking of young violinists, those young ones who are having relationships, some beautiful and some complicated, like those I had in the past. And I hope this piece could be a good piece for them to perform.
Baiklah, sahabat Arsari, itulah Kama dan Relationship, karya dari Ananda Sukarlan di perhelatan internasional webinar The Vibration of Majapahit. Pada malam ini semakin terasa merinding sebetulnya, karena di tempat saya sedang di kipas angin ya. Tapi pasti ini merupakan salah satu karya yang sangat spektakuler menurut saya, dan pastinya tidak kalah spektakuler seperti yang akan kita hadirkan kemudian, karya dari Restu Imansari dan juga Bulan Trisna Jelantik, yaitu adalah Gayatri Rajapatni.
Oke, sekilas tentang Ibu Restu Imansari. Bu Restu ini merupakan seorang produser seni independen, dan kecintaannya pada seni telah mengantarkan beliau untuk mengurus berbagai lembaga dan aneka macam proyek seni. Mungkin bagi teman-teman yang tahu pertunjukan Ila Galigo, beliau merupakan co-producer dan artistic director dari pertunjukan yang telah mendunia itu.
Ya, sementara itu untuk Ayu Bulan Trisna Jelantik, ini merupakan maestro tari asal Indonesia yang dikenal sebagai salah satu maestro tari legong. Dia juga berprofesi sebagai dokter spesialis THT rupanya, dan pernah menjadi pengajar di Universitas Padjadjaran, dan juga memiliki studio tari bernama Bengkel Tari Ayu Bulan.
Nah, sahabat Arsari, pertunjukan Gayatri Rajapatni juga didukung oleh dua seniman handal, yaitu Cokratih dari Bali dan Heri Lento dari Jawa Timur, serta komunitas Seftrowulan. Inilah Gayatri Rajapatni.
jagat halila masa rupa rawi sakapta rika nararia sira ratu siniwing purari Majapahit tanuraka jaya ripu tinelah narpa kertarajasa jayawardana narpati sirah Gajah Mada, lamun wus kalah Nusantara, isun amukti palapa. Lamun kalah ring gurun, Seran Tanjung Pura, ring haru do ingsun amukti palapa.
Yuapanlah perikanan Sudarma, Testa Sirateki Muwa. Mara datan linen Sunda len maturapan satana yowo bakti tahan salah.
Nah, kita baru saja menyaksikan tarian Gayatri Rajapatni dengan berlatar belakang di Candi Brahu. Bagus banget, apik banget ya Mas Ito ya.
Betul. Dan itu rambutnya mungkin karena saya laki-laki juga ya, jadi saya nggak tahu gaya-gaya rambut ya. Tapi apakah seperti itu ya kira-kira penampilan wanita Majapahit?
ini uniknya nih Mas, saya baru aja dapat bocoran kalau ternyata di pertunjukan tadi itu timnya itu meriset terlebih dahulu kalau jadi rambut-rambut di perempuan di masa Majapahit itu diperkirakan memang seperti itu gitu Mas. Dan juga tadi menunjukkan lontar negara Kertagama nih Mas. Dipinjam langsung dari museum. Jadi persiapannya memang luar biasa ya untuk tarian tersebut ya.
Ya, dan saya juga pernah melihat ini sih patung terakota. Jadi rambutnya tadi agak-agak mirip sih bentuknya ya.
Iya betul. Sebagai info juga, Gayatri Rajapatni ini merupakan istri Raden Wijaya dan juga ibu dari Tribuana Tunggadewi loh Mas itu. Jadi memang salah satu tokoh perempuan yang andilnya sangat besar di masa Majapahit itu sendiri.
Iya, baik kalau gitu kita ucapkan terlebih dahulu selamat malam sekali lagi untuk seluruh peserta dari sesi pamungkas ini. Tentunya ini adalah sesi yang sangat menarik. Kita berlanjut ke agenda selanjutnya mungkin.
Oke Mas, sekarang sudah hadir Ibu Nana di dalam ruangan ini, Ibu Nyoman Trianawati. Sudah bergabung, apakah sudah bergabung?
Iya, saya sudah.
Halo.
Ya, sudah bergabung.
Selamat malam.
Apa kabar?
Baik.
Ya, ini tampak awet muda sekali ya. Saya boleh panggil Mbak Nana ya?
Ya, silakan.
Biar kita seumuran gitu loh. Oke, tapi Mbak Nana ini kalau boleh saya tanya dulu nih untuk yang pertama kalinya hubungannya Mbak Nana mungkin dengan Bulan Trisna itu seperti apa Mbak?
Oh ya, Ibu Bulan Trisna, Biang Bulan, saya memanggilnya itu guru saya sejak tahun 1993. Gitu. Ketika itu saya di Bandung kuliah, Biang Bulan juga sedang berada di Bandung sebagai dokter THT dan di Unpad ya, mengajar di Unpad. Gitu. Dan di sana saya bergabung mulai mendalami legong sejak itu sampai sekarang.
Baik, dan mungkin selanjutnya nih ada satu hal yang juga saya ingin tanyakan karena saya juga sempat udah mendahului Sahabat ARSARI untuk menyaksikan dari budaya legong itu. Untuk proses koreografinya seperti apa?
Proses koreografinya itu kan terinspirasi dari kemasyhuran kejayaan Wilwatikta. Jadi di situ kan ada penyatuan budaya, keragaman budaya. Jadi di situ diambillah kedekatan antara Jawa dengan Bali yang dipilih. Pertama karena dari bedoyo Jawa itu sangat meditatif dan legong itu di sisi yang lain, di sisi ekstrim yang lain itu sangat dinamis. Jadi untuk mempertunjukkan bahwa ada keseimbangan budaya dan estetika yang tak lekang oleh waktu di Nusantara gitu. Jadi juga untuk bahwa bedoyo Wilwatikta ini adalah lambang atas asal-usul dan keragaman warna yang merupakan jati diri dari bangsa kita sejak dahulu.
Untuk pengalaman seru pada saat mungkin pernah menari di Trowulan pastinya ya. Ada pengalaman seru nggak nih yang mungkin bisa di-share sama kita dibagikan?
Tahun 2013, 7 tahun yang lalu, itu untuk World Heritage Day ya. Saya, lalu Putri Minangsari, adik saya, dan Biang Bulan. Itu kami menari legong keraton di bawah Candi Bajang Ratu. Gitu. Diawali dengan untuk pertama kalinya dan tidak pernah sebelum dan sesudahnya itu pesawat kami tiba-tiba setengah jam sudah mengudara, tiba-tiba harus turun. Gitu. Harus turun karena ada kerusakan komunikasi. Jadi waktu itu saya udah mikir nih ada apa, nggak ada yang kebetulan. Saya percaya nggak ada yang kebetulan. Jadi sudah mulai berdoa apa ini gitu. Tapi ternyata untungnya 1 jam kemudian kami terbang lagi dari Jakarta sampailah di Surabaya. Sampai di Trowulan, pengalamannya sangat seru ya karena kami percaya bahwa di keluarga saya itu asal mula dari leluhur kami itu juga dari Majapahit gitu. Jadi ini kami tibalah di ibu kota asal usul leluhur kami. Ketika menari itu saya merasa memang auranya di Candi Bajang Ratu itu sangat berat. Tapi ketika mulai menari itu terasa ringan dan sangat fokus. Saya merasa itu sangat fokus gitu ketika itu. Dan yang uniknya adalah bahwa tarian yang kami bawakan itu kan sebetulnya tari yang sangat umum, legong keraton, sangat umum dan sangat sering kami tarikan gitu. Tapi ketika itu kesaksian dari beberapa yang menonton bahwa ketika mereka menyaksikan tarian itu mereka sampai menitikkan air mata. Jadi buat saya itu sesuatu yang sangat oh ya gitu. Oh ya, memang yang saya rasakan ketika itu ringan gitu, ringan dan sangat fokus, nggak ada berat sama sekali. Jadi saya sih menganggap kejadian itu sebagai bahwa leluhur kami menerima persembahan dan pertunjukan tarian kami. Itu sih yang saya rasakan tidak terlupakan.
Jadi memang hubungannya dekat sekali ya sebenarnya.
Iya, dekat.
Mungkin pertanyaan terakhir sebelum kita menyaksikan Legong Wiwatikta, ya. Biasanya kalau Mbak Nana itu sebelum tampil ada kebiasaan apa sih yang akhirnya bisa membuat Mbak Nana menyatu dengan tariannya itu, jadinya lebih mendalami dan penonton pun juga ikut terbawa suasananya gitu.
Iya. Kebiasaannya sih yang pasti berdoa ya, karena sebagai orang Bali dari dulu tarian itu kan tidak bisa dilepaskan dari doa dan persembahan kepada Tuhan. Gitu. Jadi saya merasa bahwa talenta yang sudah diberikan kepada saya ini saya kembalikan kepada Tuhan untuk mempersembahkan diri saya gitu. Jadi saya lebih berserah gitu ya. Saya sudah berusaha, sekarang saya serahkan kepada Tuhan untuk mempersembahkan apa yang terbaik untuk Tuhan. Itu aja sebetulnya. Lalu ya udah ringan aja gitu, dibawa ringan.
Baik. Kalau gitu Mbak Nana terima kasih banyak sudah berbagi bersama kita malam hari ini. Ya. Dan mudah-mudahan selalu sukses Mbak Nana ya, bisa menularkan ketertarikan terhadap kebudayaan Nusantara kita ini ke generasi muda Mbak Nana ya.
Oh, iya.
Ya, kalau gitu Sahabat ARSARI tanpa berlama-lama lagi kita akan segera sama-sama saksikan tari Bedoyo Legong Wiwatikta persembahan dari Ari Suta Center dan Bengkel Tari Ayu Bulan dengan koreografer Dewi Sulastri dan Nyoman Trianawati.
Oke, kita baru saja menyaksikan tari Bedoyo Legong Wilwatikta. Ini Mas Tito, sebuah percampuran tarian yang bagus sekali.
Yeah.
Dan tentunya menyatu dengan sempurna, seperti tadi ada peserta yang mengatakan di kolom chat.
Nimas ya, Nimas.
Iya, betul. Oh iya, saya juga ingin menyapa sahabat Arsari yang sudah bergabung di dalam Zoom. Apa kabarnya di tengah pandemi ini? Kami berharap semoga sahabat Arsari semua tetap diberikan kesehatan untuk terus mengikuti rangkaian internasional webinar The Vibration of Majapahit ini, dan tentunya bisa sehat terus sampai selanjutnya. Oh iya, saya juga ingin menginformasikan bahwa bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin mendengarkan webinar ini dalam bahasa Inggris bisa menggunakan fitur interpretation di kolom di bagian bawah Zoom Anda. For those who wants to listen this webinar in English, please use the interpretation feature. Nah, selanjutnya kita juga akan mengikuti rangkaian kita akan melangkah nih Mas ke agenda selanjutnya, yaitu doa 727 Majapahit. Ini di tahun ini, soalnya Majapahit akan berulang tahun ke yang 727, di mana yang pertama kita akan ditemani oleh Ibu atau Mbak nih, saya manggilnya, nih Ketut Putri Minangsari, sudah bergabung bersama kita di dalam Zoom.
Tadi saya sudah melihat tapi belum. Oh, sudah.
Halo, malam.
Selamat malam.
Lebih nyaman dipanggil Mbak atau Ibu nih? Mbak saja. Oke.
Mbak Putri saja.
Mbak Putri ya. Oke, Mbak Putri apa kabarnya?
Baik-baik, terima kasih.
Sedang sibuk apa nih Mbak di tengah pandemi ini?
Sama dengan Ana ya, kakak saya. Kami sedang mengajar.
Oh, ini tadi kakak sama Mbak Nana ya?
Lain juga ya.
Udah mulai mengajar juga ya Mbak berarti ya?
Terus tidak berhenti.
Nanti kalau berhenti mungkin badannya jadi agak kaku-kaku mungkin murid-muridnya ya Mbak.
Dan murid-murid juga protes kalau kelas ditiadakan, mereka protes.
Oke.
Karena mereka bilang saya stres karena COVID. Kalau nggak ada nari nanti gimana?
Nggak bergerak ya badannya. Itu juga jadi salah satu cara bagi Bapak Ibu peserta yang ingin terus bergerak walaupun di rumah, mungkin bisa sambil menari dan menggerakkan tubuhnya ya Mbak.
Ya.
Itu banget.
Mungkin dibuat kelas tari virtual mungkin ya Mbak Putri.
Ya, memang ada yang
masih ada ya?
Ada yang online, yang virtual, ada workshop juga untuk publik yang online. Jadi karena saya percaya menari itu meningkatkan imunitas tubuh juga di masa pandemi ini.
Iya, betul.
Baik, kalau gitu langsung saja Iren mungkin kita ya.
Oke. Mungkin kita langsung persilahkan untuk Mbak Mimi untuk menyampaikan.
Oke, saya memulai doa untuk Majapahit, 727 untuk Majapahit. Saya diminta membuat 2 buah puisi, satu dalam bahasa Inggris dan satu dalam bahasa Indonesia. 2 puisi ini tentunya bertema Majapahit. Saya akan membacakannya langsung bersambung dari yang pertama dan yang kedua. Through the woods, silvery slivers of moon light the path where branches are bent with yearning, and wild maja trees grow heavy, drenched with the first deluge of monsoon. In the shadow of a banyan lies the precipice of history and fantasy. The footsteps of warriors might have stopped, but the thumpings keep echoing, reverberating against imaginary walls from 7 centuries past. Ultimately, there comes a time when all faces look alike, all voices sound similar, and trees and lakes and hills appear to bear a common signature. It is then that time walks past its ancient friends and not recognize them, and hear their questions, but pick no meaning out of their words, no clarity out of scripts on rontal palm or on stones. It is then that every desire ceases and a longing for an ancestral home begins. And I shall sit on the remains of a temple steps, a silent descendant, lovelorn and lonely, never can be sure of my destiny. Lahirmu pada bulan Kartika, bulan tatkala gemintang bertahta. Kadi dipa abadani bumi, laksana sinar menerangi bumi. Kejayaan yang membumbung menyinari angkasa, kemudian luruh menyatu dengan pertiwi. Tidak hilang, tapi kembali dan kembali lagi. Lirih membisikkan baris demi baris kekawin yang hanya bisa diterjemahkan oleh pujangga setelah bermalam-malam berdiam dalam semadi. Lahirmu pada bulan Kartika, bulan tatkala gemintang bertahta. Sudah tertulis, terpatri pada puluhan rasi. Namamu tak akan hilang, walaupun pilar-pilarmu tenggelam. Setiap purnama kembali terbawa ke permukaan, disucikan oleh ombak-ombak zaman.
Bagus sekali itu. Saya panggilnya Mbak Mimi aja ya, boleh ya?
Ya.
Ini mungkin cerita sebelum kita beralih ke agenda selanjutnya. Untuk pembuatannya berapa lama, Mbak Mimi?
Pembuatan puisinya?
Iya.
1 jam.
1 jam saja.
Kira-kira.
Baik, kalau gitu terima kasih Mbak Mimi ya sudah bersama kita malam hari ini. Dan Sahabat ARSARI, itu tadi sudah sama-sama kita saksikan di Ketut Putri Minangkari atau akrab disapa sebagai Mbak Mimi. Dan tentunya ini menjadi sebuah keharusan bagi kita untuk mengetahui bagaimana sebenarnya sejarah dari nenek moyang kita, karena hal itu adalah salah satu hal yang akan menjadikan kita akhirnya bisa menemukan jati diri sebagai bagian dari Nusantara yang hebat ini. Hebat pria yang akan kita hadirkan sesaat lagi, yaitu Bapak Eka Budianta, yang sudah bersama kita malam hari ini. Selamat malam Pak Eka.
Selamat malam.
Apa kabarnya Pak Eka?
Terima kasih, baik ya.
Pak Eka, ini kalau kita bicara tentang aktivitas terlebih dahulu ya, ringan-ringan saja. Aktivitas sekarang Pak Eka apanya Pak Eka?
Ya, menulis, mengikuti bermacam webinar begini. Jangan kadang-kadang. Silakan.
Oke, dan sebelum Bapak mungkin menyampaikan doa 727 Majapahit ini, boleh secara singkat Pak, untuk apa sih yang bisa kita ambil makna ataupun pelajaran dari sejarah nenek moyang kita ini Pak?
Ya, saya kira saya akan baca puisi satu sebelum doa itu ya. Jadi di situ mungkin akan jelas pesan kita bahwa apa yang perlu kita ingat, karena dalam beberapa hari ini kan selalu ditanya satu kata tentang Majapahit apa, 2 kata tentang Majapahit apa begitu, dan saya ingin memberikan contoh jawaban ya, bagaimana kita bisa menjawab hal yang sangat sederhana begitu.
Baik.
Ya, boleh.
Bisa jadi kesimpulan untuk dari acara kita satu hari ini juga ya Pak.
Kurang gitu. Baik. Ya, itu memang apa judulnya Pusaka Majapahit gitu ya.
Oke,
atau
baik,
Majapahit Legacy dalam 2 bahasa kan.
Iya.
Baik. Kalau ditanya sebutkan 1 kata untuk Majapahit, jawabnya Nusantara. Nama lama tanah airku. Kalau 2 kata terkenal untuk Majapahit, jelas, merah putih, bendera kampung halamanku. Kalau 3 kata terpenting untuk Majapahit, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, semboyan bangsaku. If you are to choose one word for Majapahit, the answer is Nusantara, the older name of my homeland. If 2 words are to represent Majapahit, for sure, red and white, the flag of my country. And what about 3 words? Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. Di New York, aku melihat patung babi kecil dari perunggu. Celengan Jawa dari Majapahit abad 14 tulisnya. Di jantung Inggris, dekat rumah William Shakespeare, restoran kota Stratford punya sate Majapahit pada menu. Potongan kecil-kecil, daging bakar, ditusuk, diberi bumbu. Lesatnya bikin dunia ini serasa milikku. In New York, I saw a small bronze piglet, Javanese piggy bank from 14th century Majapahit, the label read. In the heart of England, near William Shakespeare's home, the Stratford City's restaurant puts Majapahit satay in the menu. Small slabs of roasted meat, skewered, marinated with spices. The taste make me feel that the world is mine. Jadi pada waktu melihat sate yang diberi nama Majapahit appetizer itu di desa Stratford upon Avon, tempat kelahirannya Shakespeare, saya merasa, oh, anak Majapahit itu sekarang di sini gitu. Saya merasa bahwa saya adalah anak Majapahit. Kira-kira begitu. Jadi 1 kata untuk Majapahit adalah Nusantara, 2 kata adalah merah putih, 3 kata adalah Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Dan ini digarisbawahi tadi oleh Profesor Peter Carey bahwa Majapahit adalah tempat untuk toleransi. Tanpa toleransi tidak ada masa depan, katanya. Itu pengantarnya. Sekarang saya ingin doa untuk Majapahit. A prayer for Majapahit. 727 tahun berikutnya, aku bertanya, mengapa kita perlu mengenang Wijaya? Sebab Wijaya memikirkan masa depan, kampung halaman dan cucu cicitnya, kita semua. 727 years later, let me ask you, why do we have to remember Wijaya? Because he envisioned the future for his homeland, his great-great-grandchildren, us. Sekarang tinggal langit Majapahit dengan matahari, bumi dan lautnya, membiarkan kita menikmati cakrawala negeri warisannya. Now what remains is this Majapahit sky, with its suns, earth and seas, allowing us to enjoy the horizon of the country evolving from the past. 727 tahun kemudian, ada yang berdoa, semoga negeri yang dimulai Wijaya membagikan inspirasi dan semangat dimanapun bendera merah putih berkibar. 727 years later, somebody is praying, may the country that Wijaya dreamed of spread its spirit and inspiration wherever its red and white flag stands. Kita tahu merah putih sekarang berkibar di seluruh dunia, dan kita tahu inspirasinya datang dari mana. Dan siapakah yang berdoa itu? Kita masing-masing di dalam hati ini. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Eka. Semoga pesannya bisa diterima dan diresapi di dalam hati setiap, bukan hanya para peserta yang hadir di sini, tapi juga untuk semua masyarakat di Indonesia, di Nusantara ya Pak. Jadi
dan juga masyarakat Indonesia yang ada di luar negeri pastinya.
Iya, betul. Terima kasih Pak Eka sekali lagi.
Pak Eka Budianta, terima kasih banyak. Dan kita akan berlanjut ke rangkaian acara selanjutnya ya, Kiran ya.
Ya, betul. Selanjutnya kita akan berbincang-bincang sejenak bersama Mbak Chandria Sari yang juga sudah bergabung bersama kita di dalam ruangan ini. Selamat malam.
Malam.
Malam Mbak Chandria.
Mbak Chandria?
Iya.
Oke. Mbak Chandria ini merupakan seorang mahasiswa antropologi ya Mbak?
Iya.
Di Universitas Indonesia, dan dirinya juga sudah mulai menari nih sejak kecil dan hingga kini juga masih aktif menari tarian tradisional. Nah, aku mau ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit nih Mbak Chandria. Ini sebagai salah satu pengikut Mbak di media sosial, saya lihat Mbak
followers
Chandria.
Ya kamu ya? Kamu followers ya?
Iya. udah colongan duluan. Saya lihat Mbak Chandria ini juga aktif untuk mempromosikan tari-tari tradisional dan memasyarakatkan kain tradisional juga nih ke kalau aku boleh tahu nih, boleh cerita sedikit nggak Mbak tentang pandangan Mbak Chandria tentang tari tradisional dan kain tradisional dan tradisi berkain di anak-anak muda sekarang itu gimana sih?
Jadi awalnya itu aku pas awal-awal aku berkain, berkebaya dan mulai menari itu banyak agak sedikit kurang anak-anak muda yang tertarik gitu kan. Sampai ya aku sedih lah. Maksudnya kayak kenapa sih teman-temanku yang lain tuh pada susah banget diajak kayak gini, karena kalau misalkan nggak melestarikan kebudayaan Indonesia siapa lagi gitu kan selain anak-anak muda. Suatu ketika aku mulai bergaul dengan anak-anak muda yang berkain dan berkebaya juga, walaupun sebagian dari mereka juga nggak menari. Nah, dari komunitas-komunitas itu mereka juga sama-sama membantu. Jadi kita saling bergotong royong lah untuk apa ya? Untuk memperjuangkan kesenian Indonesia gitu loh. Nah di situ juga nggak cuman tentang busana Indonesia, tapi juga melalui tarian, melalui musik-musik Indonesia gitu. Jadi ya dari situ mulai banyak berkembang sih. Nah terus aku juga mulai ikut nari bareng Mbak Nana juga, Mbak Nana Mbak Nyoman Trianawati itu guru aku. Nah dari situ aku juga banyak kenalan sama murid-muridnya Mbak Nana. Jadi ya mulai dari situ saling tukar pikiran lah, ngobrol-ngobrol apa segala macam. Ya udah kita insya Allah tahun depan kita mau buka kelas tari Bali, khususnya kita tujukan untuk anak-anak muda di Jakarta dulu gitu.
Menarik banget. Untuk pemula boleh nggak nih Mbak?
Iya emang untuk pemula ada 2 kelas, ada pemula, ada yang udah advance juga. Gitu.
Oke. Nanti mungkin bisa diinfokan kembali di berbagai media ya biar banyak yang
laki boleh laki.
Untuk laki ya juga bisa. Kita masih harus ngobrol dulu, soalnya ini juga di bawah bimbingan eyang aku kan, eyang guru Soekarno. Nah kebetulan karena lagi pandemi ini agak susah ketemu gitu, karena aku kan suka pergi-pergi, takutnya maksudnya kayak kemana gitu, kalau ketemu eyang aku takutnya kenapa-napa gitu, jadi entar dulu ketemu aja. Tapi kita udah ngomongin insya Allah tahun depan kalau COVID udah nggak ada, baru kita announce kelas tersebut gitu.
Semoga sukses,
yeah.
semoga segera terlaksana kelasnya.
Amin.
Biar makin banyak anak-anak muda yang makin pede untuk berkain di kehidupan sehari-harinya ya pastinya. Oke.
Kalau kita teruskan nanti Iren jadi curhat terus nih Mbak Sandria.
Iya.
Kalau gitu kita langsung saja ke doa 727 tahun Majapahit bersama Sandria Sari.
Silakan Mbak Sandria.
Ini aku baru pertama kali loh.
Enggak apa-apa.
Jadi mohon maaf.
Semua selalu ada pertama kalinya kok Mbak. Silakan.
Judulnya Mengenang Majapahit. Terdengar lantunan nyanyian sorak gembira. Rakyatnya menyatu dalam kehidupan nyata. Pada suatu kejayaan yang tak tersaingi, mereka berdiri tegak di atas tanah air Nusantara. Memuja kesejahteraanmu, memuja keasrianmu, keanggunanmu, terdengar kesana kemari. Itulah Majapahit, kerajaan yang adikuasa. Sayang 1000 kali sayang, kemusnahan dan kehancuran menghampiri. Bagaikan petir menyambar kokohnya agung, gunung emas, yang perlahan lenyap tersapu angin. Namun, nama Majapahit masih tetap berjaya dan terkenang, walau tahta telah hanyut tertelan peradaban. Doaku, semoga Majapahit senantiasa hadir dalam setiap hembusan nafas bumi Ibu Pertiwi. Senantiasa melekat pada kobaran semangat jiwa muda-mudi bangsa Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Baik, Iren jangan terpesona gitu. Harusnya saya yang terpesona, bukan Iren, ya.
Udah
gitu,
terbawa suasana dari tadi, Mas.
Iya.
Berbagai puisi dan benar-benar menyentuh hati.
Betul. Mbak Sandra, terima kasih banyak sudah bersama kita
sama-sama.
di kesempatan malam hari ini.
Terima kasih.
Dan Sahabat ARSARI, tentu saja kita sudah semakin mendekati penghujung acara, dan pastinya International Webinar The Vibration of Majapahit ini akan bisa kembali Anda saksikan di kanal YouTube Yayasan ARSARI Djojohadikusumo. Seluruh rangkaian sesinya dari mulai opening, kemudian pagi, kemudian sore, dan juga sesi malam, serta yang terakhir ini seni budaya dan doa 727 Majapahit. Selanjutnya kita akan menyaksikan seorang seniman, juga pematung dari Trawulan, mana sudah menciptakan karya-karya yang sangat hebat sekali, dan salah satu karyanya yaitu patung. Anda saksikan juga tayangannya di channel YouTube ARSARI. Begitu kita sama-sama saksikan kali ini persembahan dari Nanang Muni.
Cahaya semesta, karya Nanang Muni. Terbit matahari dari timur, bersama sorak-sorai anak bangsa. Membuka hutan belantara, mendirikan desa Wilwa Cipta. Keselarasan, keseimbangan, bergandengan tangan, bersatu padu, ...727 tahun yang lalu, Desa Wilwatikta berdiri. 727 tahun yang lalu, Majapahit lahir. Seribu langkah, sejuta wajah, memandangi satu putra bangsa yang berdiri kokoh dengan kesatrianya sebagai seorang pemimpin. Riuh para petani, pedagang dengan kebinekaan mereka kepita mendirikan satu negeri yang menjadi harapan semua anak bangsa, yang menjadi harapan masa-masa sebelumnya. Negara berdiri dengan kucuran keringat, dengan tetesan darah memeras otak. Kini negara itu sudah menerangi seluruh penjuru negeri, bernama Majapahit. Cahaya terang menerangi seluruh pelosok negeri. Perbedaan ada yang tidak dibeda-bedakan. Bergandengan tangan dengan senyuman, berbagi rasa. Satu rasa, satu jiwa. Majapahit, oh Majapahit, tak hilang ingatanku mengenangmu. Goresan jiwa di batu merah, bahasa Jaya masa lalu itu kini masih bergetar, kini masih menggelegar ke seluruh penjuru negeri. Majapahit, getaranmu sudah 727 tahun yang lalu masih terasa sampai hari ini. Kami tidak akan hanya mengenangmu. Kami berharap kau ada lagi di bumi Nusantara. Dengan perbedaan-perbedaan yang ada, kami bisa rukun. Menikmati anugerah Tuhan bernama Nusantara. Setitik cahaya menerangi hati nurani kami sebagai anak bangsa. Sejarah besar yang tidak bisa kita ingkari. Batu merah, batu bata merah, batu candi, emas, perunggu, saksi bisu kebesaran masa lalu. Dan kini cahaya terang menerangi kembali pelosok negeri bernama Nusantara. Cahaya semesta itu ada lagi menerangi kami sebagai anak negeri, sadar sebagai penghuni Nusantara. Sudah ketetapan Tuhan, kita jadi orang Nusantara. Tuhan penguasa alam semesta, terangi jiwa kami, terangi hati kami untuk merawat negeri ini, merawat Nusantara. Berikan cahayamu kepada negeri kami. Kadidipa, Amadangin, Bumi Mandala. Dirgayu Majapahit ke-727. Kadidipa, Amadangin, Bumi.
Bagus sekali. Dan Iren serta Sahabat ARSARI yang barusan kita saksikan, kebetulan orangnya sudah ada sama kita sekarang. Mas Nanang Muni, apa kabar Mas Nanang? Oh, suaranya belum masuk nih, suaranya nih kayaknya.
Suaranya tidak bisa terdengar, Mas Anang, maaf.
Karena suara belum ada nih. Tapi yang pasti saya banyak belajar dari Mas Nanang saat saya melakukan kunjungan ataupun tugas ke Trowulan, dari mulai belajar tentang sejarah Nusantara, terutama Majapahit, sampai belajar mematung. Mas Nanang gimana, sudah bisa suaranya mungkin?
Ya.
Nah, ini sudah masuk Mas Nanang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Selamat malam, Sahabat ARSARI semua.
Dan kita harus kasih apresiasi yang sangat tinggi juga karena Mas Nanang ini sore tadi sempat cerita sama saya, Sahabat ARSARI dan juga Iren, bahwa Mas Nanang saat ini sedang kurang enak badan. Jadi, dia bisa hadir malam hari ini bersama kita ya.
Ya, syukur puji Tuhan ya. Kemarin kita ada beberapa acara estafet ya. Menjelang ulang tahun kemarin kita mengadakan soal luhur ke beliau, sang proklamatornya Relatekta, yaitu pendarman beliau di Candi Simping Blitar, langsung dilanjut ke ibundanya Tribona Tunggadewi di Tulungagung, di Boyolangu, beliau di Akayatri, dilanjut lagi ke Hayamuru yang ada di Candi Ngetos.
Maraton.
Acara itu sudah selesai juga.
Betul-betul
kemarin
maraton.
kita mengadakan doa bersama untuk Majapahit yang menjelang usianya ke genap 727 tahun itu.
Baik. Kalau begitu Mas Nanang malam hari ini dipersilakan untuk mempersembahkan sesuatu untuk kita semua, karena ini merupakan satu kejutan juga untuk kita. Kita belum tahu apa yang akan dipersembahkan oleh Mas Nanang untuk webinar internasional ini, The Vibration of Majapahit. Dipersilakan Mas Nanang.
Malam. Kami akan berdoa dari Bumi Trowulan. Jadi saat ini kami ada di Manma Trowulan karena kondisinya tadi hujan, jadi tidak sempat ke candi juga, tidak berani spekulasi juga karena cuaca. Akhirnya kami mengadakan di Manma, sebenarnya mau di Candi Brahu. Jadi kami dari Trowulan hari ini berdoa untuk Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa. Semoga Majapahit ke depan, Nusantara ke depan mencapai kejayaan. Ya Tuhan, penguasa alam semesta. Ya Tuhan, pencipta alam semesta. Tidak sembarangan Kau menciptakan tanah pertama Nusantara. Tidak sembarangan pula Kau melahirkan kami menjadi orang Nusantara. Hari ini Majapahit berusia 727 tahun. Masih lekat di jiwa dan dada kami sebagai anak bangsa. Merah putih, Pancasila, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Suatu warisan darimu yang kami teruskan di di negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia ini. Kami memohon kepadamu semoga tanah bernama Nusantara ini kembali menjadi kodratnya sebagai mercusuar dunia. Karena di Nusantara lah peradaban leluhur kami dulu berjaya. Peradaban leluhur kami mencapai satu titik yang begitu bagus pada zamannya. Dan kami berharap semoga ke depan negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia ini bisa mengikuti leluhurnya bernama Majapahit atau Sriwijaya. Bisa mengikuti jejak-jejak leluhurnya yang ada di Sriwijaya juga Majapahit, mencapai kejayaan dunia sebagai negara yang besar, sebagai negara yang agung, sebagai negara yang diperhitungkan oleh dunia. Ya Tuhan, kami berbeda, dan perbedaan itu memang darimu. Kami sadar perbedaan itu ada. Justru dari perbedaan itu kami semakin kuat. Dan kami semakin tahu keagungan-Mu. Ya Tuhan, semoga cahaya besar menerangi lagi seluruh penjuru negeri bernama Nusantara. Semua warga yang ada di Nusantara, manusia-manusia Nusantara terbuka mata hatinya untuk tetap menerima perbedaan darimu. Untuk bisa bersinergi dengan yang lain, menunjukkan keluhuran budi pekerti yang ada. Ya Tuhan, kami yang ada di Trowulan berdoa untuk seluruh negeri ini. Semoga 1000 bencana, 1000 rintangan bisa kami lalui untuk mewujudkan lagi kembali menjadi Nusantara Jaya yang gemari Pahlo Jinawi, Totro Tentrem Kertora Harjo. Dan mewujudkan kembali bawah merah putih bisa berjaya di seluruh penjuru dunia. Tanpa satu perhitungan yang matang tidak mungkin kami menjadi orang Nusantara. Bukan tanpa sebab kami menjadi orang Nusantara. Ada sebab musababnya kenapa kita jadi orang Nusantara. Itu sudah pilihan Tuhan. Begitu juga tugas kami di Nusantara. Setidaknya Tuhan membuka mata hati kami di mana kami berbakti, di mana kami mengabdi untuk Ibu Pertiwi tercinta. Walaupun Ibu Pertiwi sekarang lagi bersedih dengan adanya pandemi, dengan adanya banyak krisis di sini, tapi tidak menyurutkan hati kami sebagai orang-orang Nusantara untuk tetap mencintai merah putih, Pancasila, dan Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Tidak satu pun yang bisa memalingkan kami dari merah putih. Itu wujud warisan leluhur yang ada dalam hati dan jiwa kami. Ya Tuhan, dengan peringatan 727 tahun Majapahit ini, semoga era baru terbuka untuk Nusantara, terbuka untuk orang-orang yang ada di Nusantara, di mana angkara murka tidak begitu menguasai pribadi orang-orang Nusantara. Ya Tuhan, terima kasih atas anugerah bernama Nusantara. Kami dari Bumi Trowulan mengucapkan Dirgahayu Majapahit yang ke-727. Kadidipa Amadanging Bumi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu.
Terima kasih Mas Nanang atas persembahannya di kesempatan malam hari ini, dan itu yang sering dan menempel sekali di kepala saya. Tadi ada salah satunya yang disampaikan Mas Nanang. Bukan kebetulan kita dilahirkan di Nusantara ini.
Ya.
Itu yang paling nancep loh. Baik, Sahabat ARSARI, tampaknya kita sudah semakin mendekati penghujung acara, dan sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih banyak untuk seluruh peserta maupun seluruh penampil pada malam hari ini. Dan selanjutnya kita akan beralih ke agenda yang mendekati akhir, yaitu apa, Ira?
Kita akan mengundang Ibu Ari atau Ibu Catrini Pratihari Kubontubuh untuk memberikan kata penutup epilog dari kegiatan kita selama 1 hari ini. Ibu Ari?
Ibu Ari sudah bersama kita atau sinyalnya masih?
Sudah.
Oh, sudah Ibu ya. Baik,
Ya,
Ibu.
terima kasih. Wah, ini saya harus bicara selama 10 menit ya, sampai akhirnya jam 00.
Atau mau ngobrol dulu kita?
Kita countdown dulu berarti. Mungkin kalau boleh saya minta semua panelis ini membuka video.
Iya.
Dan kita bisa ngobrol bersama. Ini semua panelisnya menjejakkan kaki kan ya, nggak ada yang ngambang kan?
Mudah-mudahan semuanya menjejakkan kaki.
Ya, dan saya melihat cukup banyak yang bisa bertahan, ada 50 orang peserta yang masih tersisa, karena ini memang acaranya sudah sangat malam. Mungkin perkenankan juga saya menyapa pertama para pengisi acara. Hai Sandria.
Halo Mbak.
Ya, nanti beneran ya kita sama-sama ke Trowulan.
Iya.
Nanti saya ajak Tito juga untuk bisa bikin video yang bagus.
Yes.
Waktu itu udah ngobrol sama Mbak Nana, terus Mbak Nana ngasih nomornya Mbak, tapi aku belum sempet ngubungin, tapi aku udah follow di Instagram.
Oh. Wah, di follow seorang Sandria itu sesuatu ya. Iya. Nana masih ada di sini? Nana dan Mimi?
Mbak Nana masih ada.
Masih ada? Ya.
Mbak Nana belum, mic-nya masih dalam kondisi mute.
Oh iya, kita pengen ngelanjutin cerita ya. Cerita Nana sebenarnya tadi masih sebagian itu, waktu pesawatnya kembali lagi ke Surabaya.
Ke Jakarta.
Ke Jakarta. Ke Jakarta ya, itu in the middle. Dari udah mau mendarat di Surabaya balik lagi kan. Itu in the middle of hectic sekali. Saya dengan teman-teman di lapangan memang kita lagi nyiapkan apa di Trowulan waktu itu ya, World Heritage Day.
Ya.
Ya, World Heritage Day. Dan waktu itu bersamaan ada yang kecelakaan, panitia tabrakan. Kemudian terus ada apa yang harusnya kita pakai waktu itu saya lupa di tempatnya Mas Pri ya, mungkin Mas Nanang masih ingat, itu rusak gitu. Terus akhirnya saya dibisiki Adrian, suruh sembayang dulu di Brahu, dan saat itu Brahunya udah dikunci, jadi lewat di luar gerbang kita sembayang. Saya aja sembayang waktu itu, saya minta dupa kemana-mana waktu itu, akhirnya dapat. Setelah itu tiba-tiba WA-nya udah ada WA ya waktu itu ya. kayaknya udah masa yang ini banget sih, lama banget. WA-nya Nana masuk bilang pesawatnya udah berangkat sekarang. Terus kemudian yang tabrakan itu nggak apa-apa katanya, jadi hanya memang dia jatuh tapi nggak ada yang serius. Semuanya getting better tiba-tiba. Jadi memang membuat itu sesuatu kegiatan di Trowulan memang banyak ceritanya. Dan besoknya ketika acara itu Nana, itu kan hujan.
Ya.
Itu bupati itu dan dari provinsi ya, gubernur, protokolnya itu meminta kita pasang tenda. Tapi saya berkali-kali insist, saya bilang ini candi kalau ditutupin tenda, apalagi tendanya tenda plastik gitu, jadi rusak semua pemandangannya. Nah, terus dari provinsi itu bilang protokolnya, kita yang bayarin kok Bu, gitu. Saya bilang bukan masalah bayar, ini estetika, ini kita mau nampilkan penari gitu. Tapi ini hujan. Gitu. Ya nanti kita lihat deh, kita doakan sama-sama, saya bilang gitu. Nah kita waktu itu memang hujan segede-gedenya, terus pada saat MC-nya pertama bicara Assalamualaikum, kita akan membuka acara, langsung berhenti hujannya. Akhirnya sukses, kita nggak pakai tenda kan. Waktu itu kita menari di depan itu, dan memang tariannya itu sangat-sangat magis ya. Mas Nanang, kelihatannya yang nari mungkin bukan Nana atau bukan Mimi atau bukan Biang. Ya, itu kejadian waktu itu. Baik, udah tinggal 5 menit dan saya harus menunaikan tugas menutup. Mungkin satu lagi yang belum saya perlu sapa di sini, Pak Eka, mudah-mudahan masih ada. Pak Eka, Mimi. Jadi saya senang sekali di sini berkumpul dengan saudara-saudara sepupu saya, ada Nana dan Mimi. Ini memang sepupu saya dari Bali, dari garis ibu saya, dan saya senang bahwa kita bisa bersama-sama di sini karena seperti yang disampaikan Sandria, melestarikan tari Bali harus dari anak muda dan juga tradisi-tradisi yang lain. Saya juga cuman mulai khawatir nih Mas Nanang sekarang perlu mulai ada regenerasi.
Ya,
Pak Eka pun mulai juga memikirkan regenerasi berikutnya. Ya. Mungkin tadi Tito bilang akan belajar menari, ya itu bagus Tito. Silakan dilanjutkan. Kita memang perlu orang-orang yang menjaga tradisi. Ya. Dan juga untuk para peserta, terima kasih masih ada di sini dan kita akan menjelang detik-detik menuju tanggal 12 November yang kita yakini berdasarkan data yang ada bahwa sesuai dengan penanggalan tahun Saka dan juga dari kidung yang kita sebutkan tadi Harsya Wijaya Demung, itu disebutkan bahwa bulan Kartika hari ke-15 tahun Saka 1215, di mana kalau kita hitung dalam Masehi adalah 12 November 1293, memang adalah pada saat pelantikan Raden Wijaya menjadi raja pertama dari kerajaan Majapahit. Jadi Dirgahayu 727 Majapahit, Kadidipa Amadani Bumi, Laksana Cahaya menerangi negeri. Memang ini yang harusnya selalu kita ingat. Dan sebagai epilog dari acara ini, penutupnya, pamungkasnya, kita tidak berbicara yang muluk-muluk atau yang besar-besar, tapi kita ingin bahwa kita memulai dari kita sendiri, dari diri kita, dari apa yang ada di sekitar kita, bahwa kita sebutkan tadi redefinisi atau mendefinisikan kembali apa itu Majapahit, melakukan interpretasi yang baru, karena kita bicara dinamika pasti kan akan selalu berubah. Apa yang dianggap bernilai pada masa lalu dengan masa sekarang pasti berbeda, dan nilai-nilai itu yang harusnya selalu kita teruskan, sehingga kenapa kita harus selalu mencoba mengadakan peringatan ulang tahun Majapahit, karena kita khawatir bahwa kalau tidak kita teruskan, maka tidak ada yang ingat. Dan ingatnya pun tidak sebatas kita harus betul-betul melakukan suatu yang besar, tapi sesuatu yang kita yakini bahwa kita paham bahwa Majapahit itu bernilai, Majapahit itu penting, sehingga kita bisa menceritakan kepada lingkungan terdekat kita, kepada teman-teman kita, kepada anak-anak kita, ataupun kelompok minat-minat kita yang lain di dalam keguyuban bersama di dalam kehidupan keseharian. Dan dari pagi kita mencoba mendengarkan tentang Majapahit dari berbagai sisi, dari seorang arkeolog, dari sejarawan, dari arsitek, kemudian dari ekonom, dan semuanya itu merupakan potongan-potongan puzzle ya. Kenapa kita tetap terus perlu melakukan penelitian, kemudian bertanya tentang trawulan, terus kita mencoba mencari tahu terus, karena dulu tradisinya adalah lisan, ada kitab-kitab yang menuliskan, tapi kitab-kitab itu adalah tulisan para pujangga. Kita tahu kalau pujangga itu menuliskan sesuatu, pasti adalah pada masa kejayaan, sehingga yang diagung-agungkan, yang dibuat lebih mungkin dari kenyataannya, itulah tulisan-tulisan tersebut. Sehingga kita tidak bisa mengatakan itu sebagai dasar dari data. Dan kita punya tugas terus untuk mengumpulkan itu. apalagi tinggalan-tinggalan ruins, serpihan-serpihan dari artefak, dari temuan, dan masih ada lagi yang terpendam di bawah tanah, itu masih terus perlu kita teliti, kita pelajari. Nah, dan ini tidak hanya berhenti di kita, karena kita harus menyiapkan penerus kita juga selalu ingat dan selalu mengenal nilai-nilai itu. Tepat jam 00, kita akan mengakhiri kegiatan ini. Sekali lagi terima kasih untuk semua pihak yang telah berpartisipasi. Mari kita lanjutkan apa yang telah ditanam oleh Raden Wijaya dan penerus-penerusnya, termasuk kita semua menjadi penerusnya dalam berbagai peran kita masing-masing. Dirgahayu Majapahit, Jaya-Jaya Wijayanti. Demikian mungkin dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih Bu Ari. Ini tampak seru sekali. Mungkin sebelum kita tuntaskan, boleh seluruh panelis buka kameranya. Kita akan foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Pasang wajah terbaiknya.
Wajah begadangan ini.
Begadang, tapi kalau untuk Nusantara sih harus tetap ceria. Baik, minta bantuannya untuk seluruh rekan-rekan panelis.
Tolong diatur ininya, posisinya. Sekarang kita semakin canggih ini online, sampai mengatur posisi pun bisa ya.
Oke. Teman-teman panitia sudah diaturkah? Nanti minta tolong semuanya mengacungkan tangan seperti huruf L ya.
Oh, lestari.
Oke. Sudah semua siap ya? Saya hitung 3, 2, 1.
Lestari.
Lestari Kadidipa Ahmadani Bumi. Baik. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak untuk seluruh peserta yang sudah mengikuti rangkaian international webinar di Vibration of Majapahit di tanggal 11 November tahun 2020 ini, dan tentunya untuk seluruh panelis, kemudian pembicara, discussant, sampai semua peserta yang sudah mengikuti rangkaian acara ini, kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih. Dan tidak lupa untuk seluruh pendukung acara, ada Universitas Udayana, kemudian Rekan-rekan Pati, lalu kemudian juga ini ada Mandala Majapahit, lalu Badan Pelestarian Pusaka Indonesia, Arisuta Center, kemudian Sanggar Tari Ayu Bulan ya.
Bengkel.
Ya, ini mata saya sudah agak lelah nih, jadi nggak bisa kelihatan yang kecil-kecilnya. Mohon maaf. Mungkin Iren bisa Iren juga tampaknya sinyalnya agak-agak bermasalah ya. Tapi yang pasti seluruh peserta ataupun pendukung acara kami mengucapkan terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa ketemu lagi di acara-acara selanjutnya, terutama di 728 tahun Majapahit yang mudah-mudahan kita bisa langsungkan secara langsung ya, tidak melalui online seperti ini. Jadi biar bisa kita saling bertatap muka, kemudian saling bercerita tentang apa saja yang sudah kita lalui dan apa saja kegiatan antara ini. Baik, kalau gitu saya mewakili seluruh panitia undur pamit, mohon maaf atas segala kesalahan, Triawan, dan ada rekan saya Iren yang tampaknya masih berjuang dengan sinyalnya. Undur pamit, terima kasih banyak. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Santi 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 Om.
Santi Santi Om. Ya.
Rahayu Rahayu. Untuk para peserta dipersilakan untuk meninggalkan ruangan. Terima kasih banyak dan kita ketemu lagi di kesempatan. Jangan lupa like dan subscribe channel YouTube ya, karena untuk menyaksikan tayangan-tayangan yang sudah
Terima kasih Sandria.